Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Propadandees. How to clean everything. Happy birthday to you.
A thousand slaves, for every throne there's 1,000 graves. You're all the same. Take a step back, have a long ad. Waking up each morning with confusion in my eyes. Wind is biting through to wave hello. Seeing my reflection, an exterior of lies. I hope the shaking Road 8. I'm messing, nobody cares about the state of affairs. You turn blue in the face, but you can't erase. Oblivious to the obvious. I'm making perfect sense, but I'm not getting through. Progress over Jerry there, and I'm convinced it was mine. Rhymeless unreason conjecture kept me in line. That's left you behind. You've simply filled the gap between the upper and lower class, and your faith merely keeps you in. You boycott your brain, you answer with fists. My questions still persist. You can't read a threatened end of place. It's not just isolated incidents. A cop just kicking ass. It's a fucking war machine protecting the wealth of the employing class. Around and you sigh goodbye. We always disagree. You just cannot stand to see me free. Change your little mind. It's stay and click and right or wrong. You won't be left behind. Equality's just stripped when all your friends agree. But freedom's just not hip when it's of sexuality. So you fucking hate. Didn't I see it crying? Didn't I see it crying?
You are listening to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda. On this episode, we are celebrating the 30th anniversary of How to Clean Everything, released on May 31st, 1993 on Fat Records. This album is monumentally celebrated, beloved by an entire generation of punk rockers, and is frequently cited by Mike Burkett of Fat Records as being the founding of the Fat Records sound.
So we got a little bit of details here. Some personnel on this record, as everybody out there listening already knows, is John K. Sampson on bass and vocals, Chris Hanna on guitar and vocals, and George Semileski on drums and backing vocals. The album was produced by Fat Mike from Fat Records and NoFX. It was recorded and engineered by Donnell Cameron, and we are just delighted to be here today to talk about this record.
This was the 7th release on Fat Records after 3 NoFX EPs, a Lagwagon 7-inch, and a full-length No Use for a Name's The Daily Grind.
Yeah, I went back on Fat Records' website and I sorted the releases by oldest to newest, and this was the 7th one listed on there. So that was pretty cool to find out how, very, very beginning of the label this release actually was. I'm going
to throw out a quick question for you. We're completely off script here, but what had to follow this?
Oh my gosh. Well, I'm going to go and find out now, because why the heck not? So if we go to Fat Records' website and you go to releases and you sort by... If I had to guess,
it's Face to Face, Don't Turn Away. If I had to guess.
Let me see. No, it's actually Rancid's Radio 7-inch. And then after that was 88 Fingers Louie's Go Away. Man, Face to Face doesn't pop up for a while there. I don't see a Face to Face release until 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 releases in is Face to Face Disconnected.
Wow.
Yeah, that's really crazy, huh?
I'm way off. I thought that was way earlier in the thing.
Yeah, and interestingly, the How to Clean a Couple of Things 7-inch doesn't come out until August 26th of 1993. So even though we're going to commemorate those songs on this episode as part of the 30th anniversary, the How to Clean a Couple of Things 7-inch doesn't come out for a few months later after the original release of How to Clean Everything.
Oh, nice. What about, do we have any reviews of the album?
Well, yeah. So I've been digging through the depths of the internet, and what's crazy is I was searching for reviews that came out around the original time of the release, and since the internet didn't even exist then, and archival efforts are so sporadic across multiple publications, I was not able to actually find any original reviews. I was trying to find like old Maximum Rock and Roll and Flipside archives and stuff like that, and I was not successful. So I did find something from Stylus magazine in Winnipeg. They republished an interview with Jord, Chris, and John from 1992 in Stylus magazine up in Winnipeg. But that was kind of as far back as I could go. Hi, Greg here. Steve and I recorded this interview in this episode on May 16th in the morning. And as I'm editing on May 16th in the afternoon, I got an email from Stylus Magazine editor Rob Schmidt. And Rob came through with an absolutely masterful archival find. I sent in a request for a 1993 review written by Elizabeth Bridge in Stylus Magazine, a hometown Winnipeg paper. And Rob dug through the archives and he found it for me. So I want to read this 1993 review because it's the only original review I found around the time of release. So here goes, written by Elizabeth Bridge. How to Clean Everything is coincidentally the title of a circa 1964 paperback owned by my mom, but it contains nary a swear word or an even vaguely subversive idea. The Propadandees version contains plenty of both, and it really rocks, too. Propadandees is, for lack of a better word, a political band, and not of the racism or whatever is bad school either. Their ideas, which, to quote the liner notes, reflect fundamental aspects of anarchist thought, are well articulated and possibly even too sophisticated for the medium in which they choose to present them. Hannah and co. have admitted that there is a risk of their message being missed or misconstrued when people go to shows and spend most of the time ramming into each other. But the inclusion of lyrics to every song except Ska Sucks and This Might Be Satire, which don't count anyway, ensures that the listener has no excuse for not getting the point. Whoever thought to spell girls, children, and human beings with a Y, a la women with a Y, in the liner notes was perhaps pushing his point a bit too far. However, Fuck Machine, a song in which these words appear, is in part a tune about how women sometimes implicitly condone their own exploitation by their silence. Brownie points to Propadandees for finding something to say about girls other than that they're pretty. Even if you find How to Clean Everything good for nothing else, you can at least get a few laughs at the riotously funny photos on the back of the album. Oh yeah, and if the word fuck offends you, don't buy this record. It appears 42 times in the liner notes I counted. Elizabeth Bridge. But I did find some recent stuff. So punknews.org in 2013, upon the release of the reissue 10 years ago, said, propagandy, troublemakers, rabble-rousers, vegans, feminists, pacifists, socialists, more liberal than anyone you've ever met, all that good stuff. We love them for it because it's like an extreme version of us, but we can't forget how great their music is, even from the start. It captured their youthful energy perfectly, and their budding technical chops showcased perfectly on the next album. A classic album all around by a great and important punk band, and a perfect example of what the Fat Wreck sound used to mean. And that Fat Wreck sound thing, I know you said it in the intro, but Mike Burkett from Fat Records just gave an interview like 2 weeks ago where he went on at length about the importance of this record, how it's the essential Fat Wreck sound, and how it basically defined the sound of the label for a long time. So that, still is being spoken about to this day by the person who founded the label and put out the record. Another one I found was that Greg Pratt, who, hello, Greg Pratt, friend of the podcast, he wrote an exclaim, "For young Canadian punks, Propadandees How to Clean Everything was a game changer. The impact of Propagandy on the lives of those of us who were teenagers when this album was released cannot be understated, and it's a great deal of fun to hear it in a new light." Greg there is, of course, talking about the reissue from 2013 that included the demos and also the inclusion of Leg Hold Trap, Homophobes Are Just Pissed Because They Can't Get Laid, and Pigs Will Pay. And then one more, Eric Norris in Slug Magazine wrote, "Propagandy's enjoyably sick sense of humor has managed to hold up for 2 decades, now 3 decades, and I love it." So those are just a couple of things that I was finding whenever I was digging into some of the reviews of the album, mostly from the reissues 10 years ago. But so that was a little bit of fun there to dig in and see what I could find from back in the day, and I was not very successful.
I mean, if anyone who's listening to this has a copy of Exclaim magazine from May 1993, in which I'm sure there's a printed out review of this in it, but I would love to, or like the Montreal Mirror or whatever the free newspapers used to be that review records. But if anyone has one of those kicking around from May 1993, feel free to send the review of the album on to us, because I would love to read like the initial review.
Yeah, totally. And one of my favorite things to do is whenever people tag me in pictures of like really old stuff on Twitter or Instagram, I always like kind of put it out, and I just put the caption as artifact. And I love tweeting those out and sending those out online, because it's just so cool to see stuff that was kicking around in the world like when I was like in elementary school. I just love that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm just curious to see what the initial reaction to it was prior to, them being world famous.
Totally. Steve, we may have spoken about this whenever you joined the podcast a few months back as a co-host, but do you remember like just how you found How to Clean Everything just as an introduction for your own life?
Yeah, I found it through, my group of friends I had towards the end of high school, the beginning of Cégep in Quebec. And we kind of all discovered this and Let's Talk More Rock right around the same time. We were 16, 17 years old. And like I'd mentioned on the my first episode, like these two albums and Earth Crisis, Gomorrah Season Ends were like massive things shaping the bozo that I am today.
Fabulous. I talked about this like way back on the first episode that we made in 2020 about finding this record, but I got this album on CD in 1998 when I was recording an album with my first band. We were recording in this guy's basement studio, and he had a copy of How to Clean Everything at his house, and I'm fairly sure that I stole it from him. My memory is kind of fuzzy as to how the CD came into my possession at the end of the recording session, but I either borrowed it with his permission or I just flat out took it. And I actually DM'd that guy when we started the podcast, I was like, hey, do you remember owning How to Clean Everything? Did you loan this to me? Did I steal this from your house? Because we're still like friends on social media to this day. And he's like, I actually have no recollection of ever owning that album. So who knows if my memory is even remotely correct at this point. But that's my first impression of how I found this, was most likely stealing it from a guy who recorded my high school or my middle school band.
I'm just in my head, I'm choosing to remember your story as the punk rock gods literally just made it appear in your session for you to take and to have, and then to transform yourself.
I know it was a massive turning point for me in my own life. But so Steve, we've got this 30th anniversary celebrating 3 decades of this record, which I know makes everybody out there listening feel fairly old. Because if you're listening to this and you've been a fan of this band for a long time, you're most likely 36 and up. I don't know. I don't really know what our demographics are for listening, but we've been working on this episode for quite some time now in preparation for this. And I want to know a little bit about what you did to commemorate the 30th anniversary of How to Clean Everything. What have you been up to prepare for this episode?
So because I knew there was we didn't have access to any initial reviews from when the album was released in 1993, I decided it would be fun to round up a bunch of people that have never heard of Propagandees or have never heard this record and have them listen to it and then interview them about what they just listened to. So
amazing.
I found 3 different people, and oddly enough, people that I know and I grew up with, I tend to saturate myself with like-minded people. So I personally, none of my friends that I had don't know the record. So I enlisted the help of my wonderful partner, Zoe, whom connected me with her friends who had never heard the record. So we have 3 interviews all set up through Zoe. Thank you, Zoe. And so I'm really looking forward for everyone to hear these, because they were a lot of fun to do, and it was really cool, getting people's initial reactions and their reactions to the album 30 years after it was released.
This is such a cool idea, because whenever I'm like eating lunch at my desk, I oftentimes find myself watching music video reactions on YouTube. And whenever people who do music reactions say, oh, this is my first time hearing this song, I'm like, really? Is it really your first time hearing that? Like, I don't know. I find it hard to believe that somebody is like reacting to Metallica Enter Sandman for the first time. You know what I mean? So I love that you did this, because I think that it will add such a fantastic, nuance to this episode to listen to people talk about their first time hearing this record experience, because no one out there listening to this podcast, I would argue almost nobody, has not heard this record before. So I think that for people to hear people's first reactions is super cool. So thank you so much for doing that.
It was a lot of fun. There's 3 interviews. 2 of them are on the longer side. One of them is on the shorter side. But I think there's some valuable stuff from each of them that I think, hopefully people enjoy.
Well, I love that. On my end, it's been kind of a crazy adventure preparing for this episode. We've gotten 30 covers from listeners and people out there who, sent us music and made covers. And like the covers that we got are everything from completely green, brand new musicians all the way up through people who spent like days and days and days in a recording studio making professional grade recordings. So the sheer variety of covers that we got for this episode are incredible. The only section of the record that we don't have represented in some way is the Megan, She Don't Eat Bacon. Actually, we got it. Hooray. Part of the end of the record. But absolutely everything else has been covered, in some cases, several times. So we have multiple covers of many tracks, but it's been a real thrill to connect with listeners out there, following up and checking how things are going and reminding people of like the deadline that we're trying to do for this episode and how many people just like came through in the clutch with these great covers. So I'm really excited for listeners out there to hear all the covers that got submitted.
Massive thank you to everyone who submitted covers, because we wouldn't be able to do this kind of episode without these. Like, this show is it's everyone is a part of this show. So to have the more people that are involved, the better.
Yep. So kind of the structure that we're going to work with on this episode is, since there's so much, we're going to do batches of 3 songs, and then we're going to do the covers, and then we're going to do an interview, and then we're going to do another batch of 3 songs, and then an interview, and then another batch of 3 songs, and then an interview, and then we're going to take it all the way through to the end with the covers with the songs that are left over after that. Does that sound like a good way to go through this, Steve?
I think I am ready to do
all
this.
Right. Well, we're going to kick into it then. Our first song, obviously, on How to Clean Everything is Anti-Manifesto. The original episodes that have covered Anti-Manifesto, we've done it a couple times now on the show. We did an April 15th episode with the actor Ryan Onan. We did episode 74 with Bob Nana of Braid and Chris Fox of Boss's Daughter. Then the March 31st, 2023 episode with the German piano songwriter Uli Saylor. And then on April 29th, 2023, we covered the song again with Christian Bassaraba from the Rad Dads podcast. Steve, what are your thoughts on an Anti-Manifesto, just overall for a second here?
I mean, I like the song a lot. My favorite line from the song, if I had to pick one, it's "We strive for something more than a faded sticker on a skateboard." I feel like that one just hits.
Mm-hmm. My favorite line off the top of my head is, "I am so full of shit, but I will remain until this self-awareness fades, until I defeat the purpose served by this soapbox that you made." So I love the closing line on this song, where he kind of turns the mirror on himself to recognize his own hypocrisies and flaws and shortcomings. I just love that angle that Chris so often tends to use within his own songwriting. Because it reminds us all to be a little bit humble and to retain our humility. And no matter how often we may judge other folks, we're often, we often need to turn the camera on ourselves a little bit too. So those are my favorite lines from the song.
Love it.
So we're going to go through 2 covers from listeners here. The first cover was in episode 74. So you may have heard this one before, but it's so wonderful and it was originally made for that episode by Chris Fox from the band Boss's Daughter. Boss's Daughter has a couple of great records out, and they are always seemingly on tour. So we're going to hear from Chris Fox and his cover of Anti-Manifesto. And then our second cover was submitted to us by a listener of the podcast named Brendan Kennedy. So we're going to kick it off here with Anti-Manifesto. Thank you so much to Chris Fox and Brendan Kennedy for their contributions. Here we go.
Dance, laugh, and play. Ignore the message we convey. something more than a faded sticker on a skateboard. Rain on your parade won't lock the door. And I don't even care any fucking more. Witness despair and accomplice. Witness despair, lethargic, unconscious, no browse for a question, complacent, completing your tasks. No questions asked. Consider this critic a cretin, just resting on laurels, completely invented. Word acrobatic, performed with both artists and nets. I'm so full of shit. But I will remain till this self-awareness fades, till I defeat the purpose of this soapbox that you made. That you made. Oppressive there and submission, self-doubt. Greeting a 26 us case of big mouth, the sum of our hearts. And I've never laughed harder, the song in our hearts. And I've never laughed harder, it don't really matter, 'cause nothing's ever felt as right as this. Dance and laugh and play, ignore the message we convey. It seems we're only here to entertain. A rebellion cut to fit, I refuse to be the soundtrack to it. While we entertain, we're still knee deep in shit. In shit. And we're so full of it.
Dance and laugh and play. Another message we convey. Seems I'm only here to entertain. A billion cuts of fear. Well, I refuse to be the soundtrack to it. We entertain, still knee deep in shit. There's something wrong inside. Gonna play it safe, enjoy the ride. We won't like this, we'll have something to confide. We stand for something more than a faded sticker on a skateboard. Rain on your parade, we're out the door. And I don't even care any fucking more. Witness despair and accomplice. till I defeat the purpose of this soapbox that you made. That you made. For perseverance, some vision, some doubt. Green ink at 2-6, a bad case of big mouth. The song in our hearts, and I've never loved harder.
All right, so we are back. Thank you so much to Chris and Brendan for your wonderful covers. I really super duper appreciate that. So Steve, let's chat about head, chest, or foot. We originally covered that as a 2 hour and 45-minute episode on February 3rd, 2021 as episode 38. And the guest on that episode was Sue Werner from the band War on Women. So, Steve, what are your thoughts on head, chest, or foot?
Head, chest, or foot is a great follow-up in sequential order after Anti-Manifesto. I think it's a great song to have in the 2 spot. I think my favorite line from this song is, I'd rather be imprisoned in a George Orwellian world than this pacified society of happy boys and girls.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was actually just looking at that line. And so one of my favorite things about this song was that when we were doing the original episode, I did not know what the name of the song meant. And I figured it out in real time at the very end of the episode. And a listener was sent me an email. I was like, Greg, did you really not know what the name of that song meant until the last 5 minutes of the episode? And I'm like, yeah, pretty much. I kind of had that epiphany in real time. And they were like, I was listening to that episode the entire time being like, does he not understand what this song's title means? And it's true, I didn't. So that was a fun little revelation. But I like the line, I'd rather know my enemies and let you know the same, whose windows to smash and whose tires to slash and where to point the fucking blame. I really like that line in general. I just think that it flows well and that it comes off very smoothly and that it's some savvy songwriting. But we've got some music here, and we had a cover that was submitted. After recording with Steve, we got another cover of Head, Chest, or Foot submitted by Alon Goren. So the cover of Head, Chest, or Foot was submitted to us by Zero Cost from Hull, England. Zero Cost's singer and bassist, John Grubb, has contributed dozens of wonderful podcast artworks over the last couple of years. He did all of the artworks for the series that I did with Chris Hanna for A Catastrophic Break with Consensus Reality. And he's done a bunch more over the last couple of years. John has just become a friend and a fantastic contributor and supporter of the podcast. And I'm super grateful to him. Whenever I need some artwork done in a pinch, John's on it. He's the best. So, John's band is also a return musical guest. Zero Cost did an acoustic cover of Tartuffe for episode 67, and that is available as a standalone download on their Bandcamp as well. So if anybody wants the acoustic Tartuffe cover, you can get it at Zero Cost's Bandcamp page. But they went to the studio and they did an amazing job on this cover of Head, Chest, or Foot. So please enjoy Zero Cost doing Head, Chest, or Foot.
Three choices, one bullet, one trigger. Guess who gets to pull it? One leader, 1,000 slaves. For every throne, there's 1,000 graves. You're all the same, just part of the machine. Perpetuate their dream. They subsidize your nightclubs and they subsidize your malls. They hurt and brand the masses within painted prison walls. To your freedom of assembly, because the missiles they create are just mass delusion dancing to this music that you fund. where to point the fucking blame. One future, two choices. Oppose them or let them destroy us.
All right, you asked for it. One take, one crappy watered down cover. You don't have to use this if it's really bad. Three choices, one bullet, one trigger. Guess who gets to pull it? One leader, 1,000 slaves. For every throne, there's 1,000 graves. And you're all the same, just part of their machine. Perpetuate their dream. They subsidize your nightclubs and they subsidize your malls. They herd and brand the masses within painted prison walls. Till your freedom of assembly becomes the missiles they create. Or just mass illusions dancing to this music that you fucking hate. But I'm not the same. I'm not part of your fucking machine. I'll jeopardize your dream. I'd rather be imprisoned in a George Orwellian world than a pacified society of happy boys and girls. I'd rather know my enemies and let you know the same. Whose windows to smash and whose tires to slash and where to point the fucking blame. One future, two choices. Oppose them or let them destroy us.
Okay. Thank you so much to Zero Cost for coming through with that fabulous cover of Head, Chest, or Foot. Coming up next is track 3 from How to Clean Everything, Hate Myth, Muscle Etiquette, which we originally covered, you and I together, on this very podcast, March 17th, 2023, as episode 90. And the guest on that episode was the fantastic Matt Fox of the wonderful Shai Hulud. So, Steve, I know we did a deep dive on this episode together recently. Does anything stand out to you about this tune?
Oddly enough, that feels like forever ago that we did that.
I know.
It wasn't that long ago, but
it was like 2 months.
So much stuff has happened since then that it almost feels like it was like a year ago.
Mm-hmm. I know. Tell me about it.
Yeah, since we've already kind of talked about this one recently, I won't add too much to it, but keeping with our theme of talking about the lines that we like in this song, I do love the line, as time passed by, I realized we don't need rules to survive, just common sense and means to subsist. So from here on, I will resist.
My favorite is we all need a kick in the ass. That's it. That's my favorite.
I mean, we do.
I know. We're disgraceful. It's completely terrifying. Every day that I look at my kiddo, I'm like, oh man, I feel so much shame and regret about the future of our species with these fantastic little human beings that we keep bringing into the world generation after generation.
Yeah, it's we got to hope things turn around at some point, right?
We'll see.
Surely they're going to.
Man, I know. But yeah, this is a great tune. I love this song, and go back and listen to Hate Myth Muscle Etiquette with Steve, because it's I love the fact that we're getting going here and getting our routine going again to do these long deep dive episodes. But we just did this one, so I'm really excited about that. The cover of this song that we got for this episode, totally awesome. I love when there's like a stylistic shift in the covers that people submit. This is a really good example of that. This was done by a guy named Nick Jackson, and he is the host of a radio show called The Rip Radio. And you can follow Nick on Instagram at The Rip Radio. And you simply got to listen to this cover all the way through. Nick really did something special. It throws you for some loops a little bit throughout the cover. So thank you so much to Nick Jackson from The Rip for submitting this cover of Hate Myth Muscle Etiquette. Enjoy.
Mark your point of failure. Begins where you can see. Hesitate, procrastinate, stay. Figure to impede your life. You need a good kick in the ass. Now take a step back and have a long hard look. Hold it to light, read it like analyze the past, the present, see what's to come. Now wrap your limbs round the barrel of the gun. Mark my point of failure. Began where I gave you comfort, convenience, vacation. True to submit to their job. I need a good kick in the ass. As time passed, I realized we don't need rules to set common sense leads to success. From here on out, I will resist. I finally realized, found my way at last. It's finally evident we all need a kick in the
All right. Thank you so much to Nick Jackson from The Rip for that fantastic cover of Hate Myth Muscle Etiquette. Loved that one. So, Steve, we're going to go into our first guest for the episode. Tell me a little bit about the conversation that we're going to listen to.
So the first conversation that we're going to listen to is one that I had with Taylor Demetriou. So he's a coworker with my partner, Zoe. And this is an interesting conversation because Taylor is someone who's involved in punk rock and hardcore, and he lives in Winnipeg. And he's never listened to Propagandees.
This doesn't seem possible.
I found him. I found the guy that lives in Winnipeg that's into punk rock that had never listened to Propagandees.
Is he telling the truth?
He is telling the truth because when I first came in contact with him, he actually went out and bought the vinyl, the reissue at the local record store in Winnipeg for our chat. So,
I love that. Well, I mean, so it goes into the to the coffers of the band. So that's great.
So yeah, it was a really, really fun conversation. There's a bunch of tangents that we go on throughout it. But Taylor is a really, really sweet dude, and I hope everyone enjoys the conversation we had about how to clean everything.
All right, let's hear it.
Thanks, Greg and Steve. I'm here with our next guest, Taylor Demetriou. Welcome to the show, Taylor.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks so much for having me.
So you're kind of like this unicorn guest for me on this 30th anniversary episode because you are from Winnipeg, which is, as we all know, the home of Propagandees. So can you please just give us a little bit of a background on what it was like growing up in Winnipeg?
Growing up in Winnipeg, yeah, it's growing up in the peg. There's lots of good stories, for sure, lots of interesting stories. But like I definitely grew up in a suburb, like north of the North End, and I mean everyone talks about the North End being this like super scary place, but it definitely has its moments. But like I don't know, it's a different world, I guess, for sure too. But like, so I was north of that. I was in like Goren City, and yeah, like I mean, music was always a huge part of my life. And it's just interesting that Propagandees never popped into my radar, even though like punk and metal and all these bands are definitely like a huge part of my upbringing. So
yeah. It blows my mind. Like you grew up in Winnipeg and to punk and Propagandees never crossed. I mean, but it's amazing though, like because now we have this opportunity to have this really cool conversation surrounding, like you're an established kind of fan of music, involved in music in Winnipeg, and now into Propagandees. So just to kind of give our listeners a little background. So like what type of music would you normally listen to?
Yeah, I mean, some of the stuff growing up, it started with things like Blink, right, and Sum 41, and all those kind of pop punk bands for sure. Growing up, it quickly turned into a metal scene, I think, where bands like Deftones and System of a Down was huge for me. Yeah, these kind of like I guess they were kind of like mainstream but metal bands that I really listened to. And then it wasn't later on that I started like diving into like some of the local stuff, but also some of the other bands. Like I was big into like Motion City Soundtrack. Bayside is a huge band for me. Alexis on Fire was like a number one growing up for sure. Yeah, and then of course like City and Color, and yeah, so it's jumped around all over the place, but yeah, I think local music was always a big deal too because I was playing in the scene. So yeah.
Oh, nice. If you want to elaborate on like what your involvement is in like the Winnipeg music scene in terms of playing and stuff like that. Yeah,
I was playing in bands really early on. I was probably around 15 with my first band. It was called the Sarn Affair. Yeah. So shout out to the boys there. But yeah, we were like a post-hardcore band, and we were playing at the Park Theater here in the city. That was our first show, and yeah, playing with bands like Uncertain Glory. I remember them. I think I got their shirt somewhere in here.
Nice.
And yeah, like it was really cool to just play with all these bands, because at the time, going to shows was like kind of like a party in a sense, where it was just like you just went to this party to hang out with your friends and play music together. And it was this really positive, supportive scene. And it was kind of interesting to see like the scene shift a little bit. And that's where I stepped out for a little bit. But then I kind of came back later on in life too. So yeah.
That's awesome. That's great. Did you ever play with like Comeback Kid or Figure Four?
Yes, Comeback Kid. So I never got the chance to play with them. But I saw them. It was a Skate for Cancer show, and they played in the Dome at the Forks, and so they were just like in the middle of a skate park playing their set, and it was a bunch of us just standing around like watching them, and it was like the coolest experience I've ever had. So
that's
yeah,
awesome. Was that the Scott or the Andrew singing era of Comeback Kid?
Ooh, that's a good question. Ooh, I want to say that was the Scott.
Okay.
Well, I have no idea. To be honest.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
And then just one last background, so just so everyone can get a little thing. What was the last show you attended?
Last show I attended, actually, thanks to you, was One Step Closer. Sent a tweet out on the old Twitter, and so I created a Twitter account specifically for this, messaged them, and they got me on this list at the Park Theater. And it was the wildest thing, because I went down to the venue and I said, I'm on the list. They said, no, you're not. And then I said something about Twitter, and this random dude that attended the show was like, no, this is the Twitter guy. You gotta let him in. And he pulled up in the Twitter feed and like showed like all the venue staff, like basically that the band said that I'm on the list, and they let me into the show. It was awesome. It was wild.
Oh, that's so fun. I'm glad I'm glad it worked out. They're such an awesome band. So
yeah, super cool. And they're like super young too, which was awesome to see. Like, you know, like some up and coming, I don't know, making me sound old, but like up and young and kiddos doing their thing and killing it. And they're playing with Comeback Kid right away. So that's super awesome.
Oh, it's awesome. So Greg and I saw One Step Closer. Greg is my co-host. So we saw One Step Closer last May in Buffalo, opening for the Strife, Earth Crisis, and Snapcase show. So like that was my first time seeing them, and I was like, these guys are unbelievable. So I'm glad that you finally got to see them, because they're pretty much, in terms of like new hardcore bands, they're like right at the top for me. Like I love those guys.
Yeah, they're awesome. I was to say thanks to letting me into the show. I picked up like their newest record, like their EP, and yeah, it just sounds super good too. And it's the vinyl itself is like this orange, and it's got the tree behind it, so it kind of shines through, which is really cool. So yeah, it's a really cool record.
Oh, that's awesome. I ordered mine in like September, and I haven't got it yet.
Okay, we gotta get it. We gotta get you one.
Hopefully, I mean, it should be shipped soon. But obviously, they're not listening. But if you guys are, send it my way. Okay, so we've established that you hadn't really listened to Propadandees prior to this, but you kind of knew them. So you went and picked up a copy of How to Clean Everything.
Yeah, I had to go down to as soon as I got the invite, I had to go down to it's Into the Music here in Winnipeg. Called them up. I said, you got a copy of this? And yeah, immediately they're like, we're gonna hold it for you. So cruised down, picked up a copy, threw it on. Absolutely.
Amazing. Okay, so we are going to deep dive into two songs here as per all of these interviews. So the first song that you've chosen to talk about is Fuck Machine. Can you tell us why you chose that song?
Yeah, Fuck Machine. It's like I mean, they're all good tunes, but like why I chose this one is that I worked in mental health for about over a decade. That was kind of like the start of my career, and then I've kind of shifted into like the gender equity world and like preventing gender-based violence. And so this really hit close to home because I mean, a lot of the messaging in it, but like, which we'll talk about, but Boys Will Be Boys was something that just stood out and was instantly like, yep, we're going to talk about that for sure. So
Yeah, the whole boys will be boys line. We could do an entire episode just off of the boys will be boys because, like this was written in 1993. I feel like it's probably even more relevant now than it was in 1993.
for sure. And I think about like my own growing up and the lines that they talk about, like just being conditioned to view and really objectify women. It's so true that like in our our lives growing up, like we were being conditioned to buy and consume and just be like just terrible people, and so I do like that in the song too. It really sounds like they're calling out men to like be different, and they're saying like, like is that really what you want to be? So I really liked that piece, that even in the 90s, that they're calling out men and they're seeing this trend and they're being like, no, we got to do something different about this. And then of course like encouraging women as well to like stand up and not allow that to happen too. I don't know, that was the kind of like the two sides that I got from the song as well too.
Yeah, I mean, you're spot on with it. And it's a really important thing that more people should be talking about, especially with, I mean, obviously we have our own problems in Canada, but with a lot of the stuff that's happening in the US right now. And, like I said, to a certain extent, also here in Canada, the way that, women's rights are being stripped from them, and the way that almost like, I don't like mentioning his name, but a certain person that was in a Romanian jail recently, the way that all of his followers seem to treat women is really awful.
Absolutely. And like you see it a lot in schools these days, which is really troubling, is that my friends that are educators, they're having conversation with me too, just being like, my kids in my class are looking up to this person and saying that he's a role model for them. And that's super scary, that these young boys, I mean, it comes down to like they want to belong to something. And I think that's how they get hooked in, is that they want to belong. But then there's this homophobic, transphobic, like just terrible messaging that these kids are then getting subscribed to, and they don't know what to do with it. They're just like, well, I guess this is part of the package, like I'm signed up, and that's a really scary thing.
Oh, for sure. And because you think, you're like, man, these guys are the ones that are going to be shaping things for years to come. And if this is the way they're thinking now, like 10 years down the road, we're going to encounter some serious problems.
For sure.
So that's kind of why, before we get, dive into like, lyrically, what were your overall impressions? Because as a musician, in the actual song, like the recording, the riffs, anything jump out at you like musically in the song?
Yeah, like I was just thinking about that. It still sounds great today too, like I think the record that I picked up was the 20th anniversary. And I don't know, like everything still sounded really sharp. But I mean, that's also, here's my like vinyl nerdness coming out, being like, yay, go vinyl. But like everything sounded amazing, and it just sounded like still like a really solid punk band. I don't know, like I know that we're talking about this specific song, but even from like top to bottom, it was a really solid album for sure.
Oh, I agree. And Greg and I have talked extensively about this, but we personally feel as though Propagandees gets better with age. And as you discover and go into their other albums, I think you will also think that way as well.
For sure. You know, I think it's really cool. Just to add on, it's just that like I think it's maybe why it gets better with age is that things that they're talking about in the music is that it's also these things resonate throughout our life, and even though it's problematic stuff, it's true stuff. They're being real and authentic about it too. So I don't know, that's a cool piece to it too.
Oh, for sure. So going into the lyrics here, what's your, I mean, when you're reading over the lyrics and listening to it, other than like obviously the boys will be boys line, what's really jumping out you from this song?
Yeah, I think I have them up right now too, and just that it really shows that, you know, women well, it's talking about the female anchor in this story specifically, but it's just that like women oftentimes just have to be subjected to these things and shrug it off and smile and just like bite your tongue, grit your teeth. And that's so unfortunate and so terrible that like just people in general have to just bite their tongue on stuff that really affects them and that affects them personally, right? And they, you know, like you see that in so many cases. I mean, we can also, yeah, like we said at the top of this, is that we could have a conversation about this song for an entire episode. But, you know, like people experience violence and discrimination on a daily, and they just have to bite their tongue about it. And it's so problematic. So once again, I really appreciate that. What I got from the song anyways is that Propaganda is calling men out, but kind of calling men in too, to like do something different about it. And then also calling out other folks just to not take this stuff, like to not just sit back and let other people be shitty to you. I don't know.
For sure. The anchor part, when I hear that line, it reminds me of the trend that I guess it's been within the recent years. I haven't seen much of it lately, but like when there's like reporters doing like on the streets and like people yell stuff at her, at like the female reporters in the background, or like they'll go right up to her and yell stuff while she's talking. It's just like that sheer level of like disrespect and like, you know, like sexual assault, basically like verbally assaulting them. Like it's brutal. And I don't understand how that became a trend for people to do and you know, like accost women on the air, but it happened. And, you know, I remember a big one happened there was a reporter doing a stand-up at a Toronto FC soccer game a few years ago, and a guy came up and yelled something into the mic while she was live on air. And it created there was like a big, you know, discussion about it after, but it didn't really stop that behavior from happening, because for some reason men feel like they're allowed to do whatever they want without consequences.
Right. It's this superiority complex where it's just that, you know, we're better than everyone and we can do whatever we want and we can just minimize and harm people and it doesn't matter because it was, you know, it was quote funny. And that's it's just a terrible way of being and thinking.
Yeah, being funny like that at someone else's expense is not actually being funny, and
for sure, you know, it's yeah, like it's a part of like what you absorb in your world too. But I think a problematic thing that's coming out is just that like the algorithms are also trying to like influence you as well, which is also really scary, because, you know, like I'm at the age where if I see something problematic or hear something problematic, I can be like, that's shitty, and like dismiss it, block it, you know, say that I don't want to be a part of that. But young kiddos sometimes don't see it that way, and they're just like, they just kind of go into the rabbit hole and get deeper and darker into this stuff. And I just think of an example too, just like my buddy will go into the rabbit hole to kind of see what the other side is like. And then, you know, his phone is bursting with like all this just terrible stuff. And it's these algorithms can be pretty problematic too.
I just finished a book called Political Masculinity, and it was very much centered around like the incel movement and how men within that movement basically like treat women in terms of they just walk around with the expectation and privilege that they are the prize basically, and that the women should basically want to win them kind of thing. And it was really eye-opening because I'd never really deep dived the incel movement before, but it was horrific. It was such a hard book to read for so many parts of them kind of just covering the ways that certain people within the movement, some of the things they've done, and it was horrific to read. And it kind of brings me back to, again, like the boys will be boys and the will my eyes no longer rape the innocent women, children, like that, all that kind of stuff. And I'm just like, man, it's very much connected, I think, to that whole incel vibe.
Yeah, for sure. And it's so that's where it's interesting that, like, that even years later, like these lyrics are still ringing true, and that it's that there's these movements out there that are causing harm, and I mean, like real beauty obscured by my television, but now it's really more in your face with phones and other stuff too, right? So it's really interesting how it has aged, and that it still does ring true.
Yeah, I mean, now people can be a jerk to other people, like literally at the drop of a hat, like in the palm of your hand, like, I am going to be a jerk. Send, like, I hope that, as a society, we can kind of move past that, but it's going to take a Herculean effort to combat that narrative. And, as I personally am incredibly thankful for people like yourself and my partner Zoe, who are, spend their days, your days kind of countering all of this and fighting for change, essentially. So thank you for what you do, and obviously Zoe, who's not in the room with me now, but yes, both of you.
Awesome. Yeah, no, thanks. I mean, like, it's important work, right? And it's being that advocate to stand up for folks and say that, no, we got to do things different, because causing harm to other people, like, isn't the way to go. And we got to make change, because there's been way too many years of this stuff. So let's change it up and just be better humans.
Oh, I could not agree more. On that note, we'll move on to the next song you've selected, which is Haillie Selasse, Up Your Ass. Why did we pick that one?
Yeah, for sure. So I think it ties into what we were just talking about too. And we were going to kind of go down that road, but then we didn't. But I maybe we'll go like outside in. It's just that I feel like it really rings true to like trans rights that are happening in America right now. Bomb drop. Like, but honestly, like it's talking about religion and that it's bigger and better and above people's lives. And it's really it's separating people, and it's making the richer, and it's causing a lot of harm, and we're really going backwards. So once again, like, it's really interesting that 30 years later, these lyrics, they're still once again ringing true to modern times. It's just that, like, it's interesting, but it's also really sad, that we haven't changed much, and we're almost going backwards, like I said, in 30 years. As a songwriter myself, I feel like I would be kind of bummed out if that lyrics that I wrote that was trying to change something, that was trying to send a message, and then years later it's like, okay, this is still happening. Like, I don't know, insert swear word here.
Oh, for sure. Because so when he wrote this in 93, he's a couple years older than I am. So I can't even imagine, writing something like this and then 30 years later being like, I can't believe I still have to talk about this.
For sure. And I think that's very true for a lot of folks in the work that even I do. It's just that, like, I feel like a lot of people are kind of like, we still have to talk about this stuff. We still have to say, like, don't treat people in a shitty way. Like, it's kind of a bummer.
So in terms, any lines from this song kind of jumping out at you?
Yeah, like, your deed is that gun in your hand was kind of something that jumped out to me for sure. It's just that, like, tying religion and violence together, and that yeah, like, I don't know a lot about religion, but I would assume that most religions are supposed to be peaceful at the core. So that's an interesting take on it. It's just that, and you see that in the world, it's just that, like, people will fight for the religion, and they will do what their religion is telling them not to do. It's very, like, contradictory. So
It's almost like it's being green lighted if it's for the religion kind of thing.
For sure. But that's the messaging too, which is interesting. And it's just that it's who's green lighting it. It's the folks at the top that are just wanting to, keep their power and control and keeping people in a certain mindset. I don't know. It's another very scary topic for sure.
Yeah. In my mind, this is, again, as equally relevant today as it's ever been, because it's even, especially within the last few years, religion has become such a, not that it wasn't polarizing before, but for some reason it's like back in the forefront again. And like, personally, like, I don't know anyone personally that actively practices any religion to the point where they go to, like, places of worship or anything. So the entire concept of religion to me is almost a little bit foreign, because I didn't grow up religious, and I didn't have any of that in my life. So for people to feel really that strongly about something that's completely that foreign to me is very weird.
Yeah, no, like, I think maybe it's a good time to talk a little bit about my upbringing as well too. It's just that, like, I was raised in Roman Catholic, and it just created a lot of anxiety and a lot of shame and a lot of damaging stuff, to the point where, like, I had to A, cut it off, but B, like, relearn how to, like, learn your values and, like, learn how you see the world. Because, like, if growing up, if you did something wrong, you're going to hell. And so that fear that you're just, like, I don't know, that's drilled into you at a young age. Like, I remember having to, like, confess my sins at, like, I don't know, like, I was probably like 9 or 10, and, like, what was I sinning about? I was a kid. And so it's just, it's really problematic. It's a lot of work that I've had to, like, do internally to, like, shift that and be like, like, there isn't a hell that I'm going to, and that, like, I don't know, if I live my life a certain way, getting tattoos or whatever, like, that's not gonna be the thing that stops me from seeing loved ones after I pass on. Like, it's this internal work that you have to, like, fight with, because that fear is just drilled into you at such a young age. And I think that's a really tough thing because it's such formative years. And these values are just thrown at you, and so it's hard to navigate.
It's I can only imagine, and the whole process of unlearning that and kind of rediscovering the world outside of that, I can only imagine how challenging and long that process is, because it's definitely not like an overnight thing like that. I have to imagine that happened over the course of a very long time.
For sure. Like it's years of it, right? Because there's so much that you live your life as people do, and then you question, am I gonna go to hell for this? Should I not be doing this? And then you kind of, it's almost like you regret things that you should have done earlier. I look back at pictures of me in high school, and that like I dressed a certain way and I looked a certain way, and it was out of fear. It wasn't like me being my authentic self, where now I can dress and look and do really whatever I want, and it makes me feel a lot better because I don't have that fear of, I don't know, disappointment or failing or going to hell.
Did you go to religious school?
I didn't, but it's once again those things that like they just stick with you, because it's like at a young age you're thrown all this information, and it's so hard to like unlearn that as you're just still trying to figure out the world.
Yeah, I mean, I have like one experience where one summer, like a bunch of my friends went to like a camp, and they had like the bring a friend day, and I was like, one of my friends brought me, and like we played tons of games, and it was so fun. And then like at the end of that, they have the option of like, they give you a form and you go home with your parents and be like, hey, I can now join this camp too. And I was like, hey, it was a lot of fun. I was like running around playing games. I must have been like 11 or 10 or something, whatever. And so my parents signed the form. I go to camp, and then like the next day, like we do the games, and then there's like a portion like in the chapel after, and I'm like, what's this? Like, I came here to play games. I didn't come here for this stuff. Yeah. And so like I guess I was already old enough at that point. Maybe it was like 12 years old, but I was already old enough to that at that point that I was like, I'm tuning all of this out and just waiting for the next game. But I can't imagine being, kind of in it from that younger age to the point where you get older and then having to unlearn it when you're older. In my mind right now, like, based off of what the story you just told, I'm just trying to think, and I'm like, man, that's tough.
Yeah, it's like I don't think too much about it these days, and I honestly don't even talk about it that much, because it's just like it's a thing in the past. But it is, as we unpack it today, like it is it's eye-opening just how like damaging these things can be. And then yeah, like you said, kind of the amount of work that you got to put into it to just see things in a different light. It's going back to fuck machine. It's that conditioning again, right? It's that conditioning at a young age that can be so problematic.
It really kind of, sheds light on how important it is to kind of make sure that, children aren't being led down the wrong path at such an early age, like, yeah, I have a nephew that's 9 years old, or around 9 years old. And, I think like what it's like to be like a 9-year-old in current times, and how difficult it must be to know what is right and what's not right, because the stuff that's not right is very much positioned like it is right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And I think to my kiddo too, is that, so she's a year and a couple months, so she's 15 months now, but like we try to raise her in a lens of just explore the world and be you, and and I don't know, try to figure out these things on your own, and we'll be there to like have conversations about it. But I think the thing that I'm already seeing is that it's other folks that also have an influence on your kid and tell you things that girls shouldn't play with trucks and boys shouldn't play with dolls, and I don't want my kid thinking that, you know. And so it's, I mean, now at a year and a half almost, like it doesn't really matter because she's just doing her thing and everything's fun. But there's going to be a lot of conversations growing up, and it's going to be a lot of just like exploring things together and talking about it, and asking questions, I think.
How early will you show her this Propagandy record?
I mean, so this is maybe a little plug to something that I'm doing right now. It's called Tide Records, and it's a TikTok page, but it's also like an Instagram thing where I'm showing my daughter just records that I have, and so we'll do stuff together. We'll, I don't know, eat dinner or hang out or read a book, do whatever, but I'll throw on a record. And so, I mean, at this point, it's really for everyone else to check out the record and see what the vinyl looks like and the album art and stuff. But it'll be cool to like show these things and, you know, even get her to listen to a podcast later on in life and be like, you know, like these were years that you were growing up and I was talking about these things way early on. And what do you think about it now? You know, like it'll be cool discussions.
That's a really cool thing you're kind of doing, especially with the music like that. I have a friend in Connecticut who he does something similar in that he lets his son go out and like, he's got like a wall of vinyl, like 10,000 vinyl, and he lets his son go and like pick one out, and then they just like talk about it.
Cool.
And have this, his son's like 12 years old or 13 now, and they have this cool kind of interaction. But that's a really cool thing that you're doing. I'm absolutely going to check that out because I think that's awesome.
Yeah, please do. It's something that I had the idea of eventually my daughter growing up and picking out a record and like we could talk about it too. Like that's kind of like the inspiration behind it. And I'm trying to maybe shift into just local albums. I have all these CDs too, you know, and like, what am I going to do with all these CDs? But my vision was that she was going to go into my bin of CDs and just pick one out and we could spin it and talk about it. So yeah, that's cool that others are doing that too.
No, that's great. So if we're going back to the song here, we talked about kind of a bit of the lyrics, but musically, how do you feel as though this song stands out musically on the album? Because it's kind of a different vibe musically from the rest of the album.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like it's so funny. I think of my buddy immediately who just does not like reggae at all. And like is not a fan of ska. So like, you know, ska sucks is another prominent one that we'll definitely be talking about. But I don't know, for stuff that I know that they're kind of shoving in your face, they do it really well. You know, like they're not gonna, Propagandees not gonna just do like a tune and just do it shittily. Like they're if that's a word, they're gonna also put in the 110% to like still do it well. So yeah, I don't know, like even though it's like a reggae tune, they did it well.
Yeah, I love the guitar in this song. I feel like the guitar just really adds to the vibe. I love the tone of it. I think it's good tone. And this is a song that's kind of always stood out to me, obviously because, you know, at the end of the song, like the fuck religion part, and you know, I've always very much appreciated this song and its place on the album as kind of like a unique kind of standalone piece, but that also fits really well within the rest of the album.
Yeah, for sure. And I know like I didn't intentionally pick this one and then Fuck Machine, that they're kind of like back to back, but they do tie together really well on the album too. It's for everything that we talked about.
But track listing is a very important, and at least, you know, in my mind, like the order of an album is really important because I listen to a lot of power metal. And power metal is often like, I don't know anyone that listens to more concept albums than I do. Like that's basically story first track to last track. So I'm always a big proponent of like track order and having your album tell a story from start to finish. And I feel like Propagandy are really good at that. And maybe that's why I like them so much, but like sequencing is very important. And these two songs in sequence, I think, like you said, work really well.
Yeah, it's so important. And I feel like that's almost an art that's kind of getting lost today, is that we don't really think about the order of the album or how the tracks are gonna like mesh together. And so it's really nice to, yeah, especially once I got the invite to this, I was like, no, I'm gonna get the record, and like I wanna sit down and listen to it front to back, and not the shuffle, do away with the shuffle.
It's because we live in a culture of like immediacy, and like we live in single culture now. Like a lot, and obviously I'm old, but like I know a lot of younger people who don't even listen to albums; they just listen to playlists.
For sure.
And I'm like, I don't really listen to any playlists. Like I'm a straight up album guy, and I think that art is kind of, with not with all types of music, but with certain types of music, that art is kind of going on the wayside, and the album, and we're just, the single culture is very disposable in my mind.
For sure. No, for sure. And yeah, I really liked the intentionality around like when bands had to pick what songs were going to go on the A side of the record, and then how that was going to mesh to the B side. And like it was just, everything was really thought out, and it was really like super, I don't know, it was meaningful. And yeah, like you said, now it's just kind of like, here's the single, check it out, check it away, here's the next single,
pre-save my single, like that kind of stuff. I'm like,
sure.
No, I will not be pre-saving a single thing.
Yeah.
Like if my music streaming app is just saved albums, and that's it. Like
for sure. I feel like the only, like the playlists that I listen to are a compilation really of just a band's full discography. Like I just want all of their music in one spot, and then I can just jam it. But I feel you, like I'm a total album guy too, where it's just like front to back, let's go. I want to get the experience.
And that's a great segue into my next question, in terms of, as a whole, how do you think this album has aged in 30 years?
Yeah, like as someone that's never listened to Propagandy, at first I was like, okay, we're diving in. Like we're not messing around. We're hitting some hard stuff right off the bat. And I think it still holds up. Like there's still lots of really, I don't know, interesting tunes in this album that I feel like anyone can kind of pick into and get something out of. So, even if you are a singles person, you're still gonna get something out of it for sure too.
Do you find anything that didn't hold well?
I think there's just some things that like maybe I'm not connected to, and therefore it just doesn't resonate with me. Like some of the military pieces was just that, I can maybe grasp the concept, but I was just like, I have nothing tangible to really like sink into on this one. So I would love to check out, the rest of the podcast to be like, okay, what do other people think about this? Because like, I would love to hear some stories around it too. But so that would be the only thing for me. It's just that there's some pieces of the album that I just like, I had nothing to really grasp onto personally.
Oh, that's totally fair. I mean, because the songs cover such heavy topics and there's such a wide variety of things, it would be very difficult to have that personal relation to literally every song, because man, it would be a very difficult life if you had that much relation to all of the awful things that are happening in the world.
For sure.
So before we kind of get to your rating on the album, can you just give me, because you do have the vinyl version of the album, I was wondering, how do you feel about the actual album art?
Yeah, the album art, like it's interesting. Okay, honest, here we go. Straight shooter here. I'm not sure that I totally get it. That like maybe I wanted something a little bit more upfront after listening to the album. I wanted something that's just like maybe I expected something that was a little bit more upfront. But to be like, I don't know, kind of like you had to think about it imagery. I think maybe it's clever too, though.
I kind of always thought that this album art, because when it came out, people were buying albums just straight from the record store with no, oftentimes you didn't hear it, or the only time, you heard a Propagandy song was on a Fat Records compilation or something like that. So back then, album art played a huge role in terms of which albums people picked up off the shelves to potentially buy, because album covers played a big role. So I kind of viewed this album cover as kind of almost like a Trojan horse, in that it's very cartoony and it doesn't really convey how serious and how in depth they go into certain topics. So I always viewed it as that like kind of Trojan horse, and like someone picks it up, they're like, oh, this is kind of a cool, fun thing. I'll pick it up. They get home, they put it on, and they're like, man, I'm doing some learning today.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think that's the perfect way to put it, is that like I expected a more serious album cover to match what was going on. But I think that's where I was kind of getting at, is that it's clever too, in the sense that it is that Trojan horse, where it's just that like, here's, you walk into a record store, I just want a fun punk record, let's just spin something for the old skate park, and then you're gonna sit down and you're gonna do some learning for sure.
And that's another thing, like because I obviously am a vinyl guy as well, but I think that's another thing that's kind of gone the wayside, is the importance of good album art.
Yeah, for sure. It's because once again, like it's pretty rare that folks are also buying media, like physical media. So yeah, like I think you put thought into it, but maybe you don't put as much thought as a Trojan horse idea,
Oh, exactly. And that's why, I think it's equally as effective, because, even someone who doesn't listen to Propagandy now, they're still going to go into the store. Yeah, obviously, like now it's very different, because you're like, okay, even in the store, you're like Propagandy, and then you're listening and be like, okay, this is cool, I'll buy it. It's not as effective, but, as someone who is, I am, as they say, colorblind. So the colors on the album really pop out to me. So like it's very visually appealing to me, because I resonate more with like bright colors. So yeah. That's why I like it. But okay, if I'm Taylor and I'm going to rate this album on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being complete and total garbage, and 5 being, man, this is an awesome album, where are you rating this?
Okay, can we take a step back though?
Sure.
What's the 5 mean? Is it like
okay, so for me,
is it just like great album, or is it like it's impacted me? Is it, I don't know. What do we think?
Okay, so for me, like number 1 would be literally anything U2 or Aerosmith has done. And like number 5 is like Born to Run, Bruce Springsteen. As in like the most perfect thing to ever happen.
Yeah. Oh, I don't want to give you like a cop-out answer. I can't.
Was your cop-out answer 2.5?
No, my cop-out answer was going to be 3. Yeah.
Everyone's like, I rated a 3.
Well, just because like, I feel like it's cop-out answer, because I feel that it's a good album. Like, it's not a bad album. It's a really good album. Like I said, there's some things that I just didn't connect with, but maybe I should give it some more points, because like it's one of those ones that you don't just throw on and stick it back in the shelf. You can do some learning with it. Like, here's my promo to Propaganda albums, but like, like, listen to it again and keep listening to it and do the research, do some digging into it. Cause I think it's one of those albums that A, it stands up like we talked about, and B, there's things that you can really pick apart from it and keep learning going. Cause I mean, that's the whole point of life, is that you just keep learning.
Well, yeah. So are we talking like a 3.4, 3.7? We do decimal points here.
Oh, great. We're going to go with a 3.8.
3.8.
Absolutely.
That's pretty good. And then my last question for you here is, based off of, not really having listened to the band and then going out and buying this record for this show, will you be diving into more Propagandees records?
I mean, I've got to. Like, I'm already in it, and I'm intrigued. And like we've talked about some pretty heavy stuff today, but some also really like important things, which is great. The thing though that I'm just, I gotta say though, is that once again, I'm an album guy, so I gotta go top to back. But now my question is that, like, do I go with album number 2? I think that's the way to do it.
I think the next one that you need to go and buy is Less Talk More Rock.
Okay.
And so Less Talk More Rock, like, I heard Less Talk More Rock and this album kind of similar time.
Cool.
And to me, I like Less Talk More Rock significantly more than I like this album.
Okay.
Like, my second favorite Propagandees song is on Less Talk More Rock. So I'm going to be very interested, and I will absolutely be following up with you. Do what you have to do, get the album, and then we're going to follow up after. And I'm very curious to know your thoughts on that. And then once you're done that, the journey that is today's Empires after that, because they had a lineup change after Less Talk More Rock.
Oh.
So on the first 2 albums, John K. Sampson from the Weaker Thans played bass.
Absolutely.
He left because we covered it in an episode a while back, but he left because they recorded a Venom cover on their compilation album, and he didn't want to play the Venom cover, so he left the band. And
that's awesome.
And Todd joined the band, and Todd brought a whole new dynamic to the band. So the Today's Empires album is like the next era of Propagandees with a slightly different sound. So definitely do Less Talk More Rock next, and then we'll follow up, and then Today's Empires.
All right. Well, another reason to go back to the record store. I'm not upset about it.
Awesome. So I just want to thank you again so much for doing this show, because it's really helping us put together this 30th anniversary episode. So thank you again for your time. If you want to plug your Instagram that you're doing for your music stuff, please have a way, plug that again.
Awesome. Yeah, we're so it's my daughter Ro and myself. We're on Tide Records. That's what we're doing on Instagram and TikTok. You want to find us there too. Yeah, we'll be there checking out some more music, and I'm gonna definitely do a video around this Propaganda album too.
Sweet. So everyone who's listening, go check that out. And once again, thank you so much for joining me. It's been an awesome conversation. Back to you, Greg and Steve.
You answer with fists. My questions still persist. You can't threatened in a place. It's not just isolated incidents. A cop just kicking ass. It's a fucking war machine protecting the wealth of the employing class. Around and you sigh goodbye. We always disagree. You just cannot stand to see me.
All right. So wonderful conversation with Taylor, like a total unicorn being a Winnipeg person without any, real awareness of Propadandees music. That is super crazy. Hey.
Yeah, and we talked about it a bit off air after, but we discovered that Taylor is a fogger.
A water?
A fogger, Winnipeg. That's how I determine where someone lives in Winnipeg, by whether they live in fog neighborhoods or non-fog neighborhoods, because certain neighborhoods in Winnipeg fog for mosquitoes.
Interesting.
And he lives in a fog neighborhood.
Well, I love the fact that a lot of people who are listening from Winnipeg will know what the heck you're talking about right now, because I sure don't, but I think that's hilarious.
I've always wanted to write a Canadian sitcom on that airs on CBC called Meet the Foggers.
Amazing. All right, so we're going to go to Showdown next. Showdown appeared as episode 4 on July 3rd, 2020, and the guest was my friend Brian Fee, who is in the bands Break the Silence, All Else Fails, and Counterpunch. And we were super hard on Showdown when it first appeared on the show. We've covered Showdown as well in a recent episode that I just put out actually today, May 16th, 2023, with Rayleigh Perkins, host of the Queer Ed podcast, where I asked Rayleigh to defend Showdown for me, and I've grown on Showdown since we originally were ripping on it on episode 4. I think the reason that I was so hard on it was because I was trying to find reasons to be a critic of the band early in the show's existence. And so since this is one of my lesser favorite tunes that they've ever done, I was like, all right, I'm going to go really hard on this one. But I've softened on this one over the last couple of years from hearing from tons of people who absolutely adore that song and despised my original takes on it. So what are your thoughts on Showdown here so far?
Man, those people are going to be all over me when this episode comes out.
Go for it. Juicy.
Like, here's my thing with this song. Like, is it a good song? Like, it's all right.
Yeah.
It's all right. Like, am I going out of my way to like put this one on? No.
Yeah.
Like if I'm picking like one song to listen to off of this record, this song would probably be towards the last song that I would pick to listen to off of this record. And because of that, I'm going to say that my favorite line from the song, read into this however you wish, is all of these words are boring.
Wonderful. Great selection. My favorite line in this song is waking up each morning with confusion in my eyes. Love that line. And because every single day, my cat either wakes me up at like 5 a.m, or I manage to sleep through to my alarm at 5:45, and I stumble through my living room in the dark on my way to the coffee machine. And every single day feels like that to me at this point in my life. So that is my favorite line from the song, is waking up each morning with confusion in my eyes.
I'm curious as to all of the angry comments that you received based after the first episode.
Yeah, it was.
Well, I would love if you could kind of summarize them to me.
I think that when we started off the show, the first episode or two may have been far more critical of how to clean everything in general, based on like my entire view of Propadandees' catalog. What I think I didn't make clear when we did the first episode was that while How to Clean Everything might be my least favorite Propadandees record, as across their discography, it's like my 7th favorite record of all time. So it's kind of one of those things where I think that my attitude just came off as a little bit negative towards How to Clean Everything in the early episodes, because I was comparing it within Propadandees' discography as a whole.
Which is totally fair.
I know, yeah. And a lot of people agree with me that it's their least favorite record too. but the impact that the record had on the sound of music within that era, it was happening when I was 10 years old. You know what I mean? So I was a little young to really have the whole entire cultural movement of the very beginning of Fat Records hit me squarely, like at that time. By the time I got into Fat Records, it was mid 1997 is when I think I discovered No Use for a Name. So, you know, I was a little behind the times just because of where I was in my life and my age. Both of those things I can't help. You can't help when you discover something. So for me, my defining Propagandy moments was the release of Today's Empire is Tomorrow's Ashes. So whenever I think about how hard Today's Empires hit me compared to How to Clean Everything, my comments around How to Clean Everything reflected that very much. And so I think that's where that came across as like my overly negative stance towards How to Clean Everything was my, you know, complete and total preference for the later era stuff.
Well, I think, you know, bands can evolve and get better, and that doesn't take away from what they did originally, but you can also, I think it's fair to say that something is not your favorite because it's all subjective and personal opinion. Like, for sure. Yeah. You know, I'm just super fascinated with negative comments, like the one you shared on Twitter yesterday about, and I was just like, man, as if someone felt compelled to write that. I was just like, what an interesting what must be going through someone's head to like leave that type of feedback. I was just like, that's hilarious. Yeah, and you know, when it comes to like negative reviews, music is especially easy to write negative things about. And I mean, if you go and look on YouTube, you're gonna, under any song released by almost any artist, you're gonna find people ripping on it. And you know, my thought is always, what's your band? Can you send me a link to your band's work or your personal music? So it's just one of those things where I got a lot of feedback on how we were overly critical on Showdown in the first place. And I haven't re-listened to the Showdown episode, so I honestly have no idea what I said at this point, but I prefer the songs split apart. I prefer the Chris song with the main riff of like there's a version of Chris singing that by himself in 1996 after John left the band. They were opening shows with Showdown post John in the mid 90s, and John's acoustic version of Greenest Eyes on his Slips and Tangles demo tape, those two versions split apart. I prefer both of those way more than the one where they combined on How to Clean Everything for this version. And that's just my personal opinion, you know? Well, I don't remember. I can't remember exactly the things that were discussed in that original episode, but maybe you would know it. But the original story behind this song, it just feels like this entire song was a compromise. It might have been, yeah. And if you think about the fact that Leg Hold Trap, totally sung by John K. Sampson, was omitted from the record and from the Couple of Things 7-inch, that this is really, I mean, John's vocal contribution to this album. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's like, I imagine the people that submitted the negative feedback to you because you were overtly critical of this record. It's like, to them, you were like a Saint Anger super fan just trashing Kill 'Em All. Maybe. But wow, what an interesting comparison there. Because Saint Anger. I loved seeing Metallica last summer, and James Hetfield asked the audience permission if we would allow them to play a song from Saint Anger. That was a funny. Did everyone say no? A lot of people were thumbs down in the crowd. He's like, "How do we feel about Saint Anger? Thumbs up, thumbs down." And there were lots of thumbs down. So it was really funny at the moment, and I got a big kick out of it. That's great.
But yeah, that was an interesting episode. But we've got a couple of covers for this episode. The first cover on the episode here is courtesy of the Arizona band Sorrower. Jeffrey Owens, who was our guest on the Super Bowl Patriot 36 episode, got together with his band to knock out a few Propagandy covers in a studio session, and they were kind enough to do Showdown. I was not expecting Jeff's heavy band to choose this song. He did not tell me what songs they were doing in the studio, and so I was completely delighted that it worked out and they did Showdown. So thank you so much to Jeff and his bandmates in Sorrower for this cover. And the second cover is by a singer named Clint Westwood with accompaniment by friend of the podcast, Chris Fox from Boss's Daughter, who did the Anti-Manifesto cover. And this cover of Showdown appears on the album Young and Dumb by Clint Westwood. And you can get it on Bandcamp at clintwestwood.bandcamp.com. So check out these covers by Sorrower and Clint Westwood with Chris Fox. Enjoy.
Too much to clear, they used to fundamental rights and never not as sportsmen. And I require a gauge for freedoms of speech, cause I never asked to be a citizen. I never have and never will pledge allegiance. Waking up each morning with confusion in my eyes. The wind is biting through the wave below. Seeing my reflection and exterior of lies. I hope the shaking feeling doesn't show. 'Cause if I had to tell you there was little left to say, still the conversation colored blue. You were sitting down and you got up to walk away. Tried to say but I was right behind you. I was right behind you. As the songs I sing inside me ring. Final words are boring, never touch. I know you whispered something in my ear. I couldn't hear you. Girls with the greenest eyes. The first time you have kissed. Our quiet, softest sighs. Song for all of those who shot and missed. This world and yet identity. Once and dead to classified. Generously bestowed by rights and privilege and played with. Rules really values been ascribed. Nothing I can tell you, nothing I can say. Spilling on the station, sense of thought. Completely free and liberty guaranteed. Unless cause you decide I'm not. All of you signed to. For right behind you. Century year, I cannot guess what the fuck. Am I a currency? Absolutely nothing. Those words are boring. Time for action like you. Don't need to be a part. It won't last for long. So Susie through the lies. I'm quickly gained and bound. Ambition realize. Tear the whole fucking thing down. I was right behind you. I was right behind you. We spoke our minds so clearly, we said fundamental rights were inherent in us homes. But man, I do not require a gauge for freedom of speech, 'cause I never asked to be a citizen. I never have and never will pledge allegiance. Waking up each morning with confusion in my eyes. The wind is blowing through the window. Seeing my reflection in exterior of lights. I hope this shaky feeling doesn't show. As if I had to tell you there was little left to say. Stilted conversations colored blue. You were sitting down and you got up to walk away. I tried to stay but I was right behind you. I was right behind you. I was right behind you. Tension in the stare I cannot bear, so close to helpless as the songs I sing inside me ring. Final words are boring, never touch. I know you whisper something in my ear. I couldn't hear you. Girls with the greenest eyes. The first time you have kissed are quite soft as sighs. Song for all those who should have missed. Welcome to this world, imputed identity. Born tag tattooed, pacified. Generously bestowed, my rights and privilege replete. Arbitrary values described. There's nothing I can tell you, there's nothing I can say. Stunted conversation, censored thought. I'm completely free, at liberty guaranteed. Unless, of course, you decide I'm not. I'll not be resigned to fall right behind you. Tension in the air, I cannot bear, so what the fuck am I accomplishing? Absolutely nothing. All towards boring, time for action, but you got me to be a pawn. It won't last long. Those who see through the lies are quickly gagged and bound. Ambition realize tear the whole fucking thing down. I was right behind you. I was right behind you.
All right. Thank you so much to Sorrower and Clint Westwood and Chris Fox for their covers of Showdown. We are moving on now to Ska Sucks, the song that might hold the record for the single most episodes about a song. I am completely baffled that we've done 4 Ska Sucks episodes. This is completely insane to me. Ska Sucks Part 1 appeared on episode 12 on August 17th, 2020 with the guest Dr. Adam Sprinson. Part 2 appeared on January 2nd, 2021 with Aaron Carnes, who is the author of the wonderful book In Defense of Ska and the co-host of the In Defense of Ska podcast. And it also featured conversation with Sam Thompson from Winnipeg's renowned and amazing Witch Police Radio, as well as members of the Winnipeg ska band Whole Lotta Milka, who wrote A Message to Chris, which is a rebuttal ska song retorting Ska Sucks. That was a great episode with lots of Winnipeg lore. If anybody out there has Where Quantity is Job 1 on CD from G7 Records and you go inside and you look at the liner note commentary from Ska Sucks, you can see that it says something along the lines of, "This is the song that inspired ska bands to write songs about Chris." I had that ska band on as guests on Ska Sucks Part 2. That's Whole Lot of Milka that he's talking about in the liner notes there, and they are on the podcast. So Part 3 appeared on December 16th, 2022 with Danny Lore from Against All Authority. And Part 4 appeared on December 22nd, 2022 with Dave McWayne from Big D and the Kids Table. So we've covered this song so many times on this podcast. Steve, tell me your thoughts on Ska Sucks.
So, as some of you may know, as I detailed in my first episode, I grew up in Quebec. So just outside of Montreal. And for those of you that live in Quebec and or have been to shows in Quebec, Quebec is a place where ska bands still to this day can draw more than anywhere else in the world.
Really?
Ska and punk, like this whole ska punk thing, I feel like it was just built for Quebec.
Wow.
And the amount of times I've seen Less Than Jake play to like 4,000 cap room or whatever, and these bands are still going to Quebec and playing very large shows. Like Quebec's home of the Planet Smashers and so many other great bands. So I grew up, and I full disclosure, never been a ska fan.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a heavy metal guy and a hardcore guy. So the amount of times I've been forcibly subjected to watching ska bands in my life, I feel like I can really relate to this song, because not that ska sucks.
Right.
I would say that it's more of like, I just don't like ska.
There you go. Yeah, like your personal preference. You can't choose what your ears and brain enjoy. Do you know what I mean? Like there's not a whole heck of a lot of choice within people's musical preferences. Either something sounds good to you or it doesn't, you know?
Yeah, like I'm literally never going to listen to the Red Hot Chili Peppers ever.
Me too. I can't stand the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Cannot stand them.
Like maybe the worst band of all time, in my opinion.
I am so happy that you're saying this right now, because I feel so alone so much of my life within my stewing dislike of the Red Hot Chili Peppers. It just doesn't work for me. Like, I'm not saying that they're bad musicians, because obviously they're not at all. But for me, when their songs hit me in my ears and the way it's processed in my brain, it just doesn't work for me. But it works for so many millions of people, and that's great. So ska is kind of like that with you as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anything is as low in the depth chart as Red Hot Chili Peppers, but maybe ska is a few steps up from that. But yeah, you get the point.
Amazing. Do you have a favorite lyric from this absolute masterpiece?
My favorite lyric from this wonderful song is, "Ska's a trend that must be eliminated." Yeah,
I love that. It's on the website version. That's great.
Yeah.
Mine is "Fuck You, Rudy," because I just think about the former mayor of New York City whenever I read that line, and it just makes me chuckle every time thinking about Four Seasons total landscaping press conferences during the 2020 election debacle.
And now there's some pretty serious charges that have come out against him within the last 24 hours. Wild stuff. If you read that, man, that dude is just full blown like lunatic.
This is what I'm going to dive into after we're done recording today. So for the cover on this song, Danny Lore from Against All Authority reached out and he totally said, dude, just use our cover again on this episode if you want it. And I just wanted to remind everybody out there that Against All Authority is a cool band, and they are back and playing shows. So we are going to hear Against All Authority's rendition of Ska Sucks right now. So enjoy. All right, we're going to talk about one more song before we go into another interview. But we're going to talk about Middle Finger Response. Middle Finger Response was covered as episode 61 on September 8th, 2021. And Steve, you weren't with me on that journey when we talked about Middle Finger Response, but there's lots of Canadian details within the lyrics to this tune. And I'm wondering if you have any thoughts and, reflections that you'd like to share about Middle Finger Response before we hear the covers.
Well, first of all, my favorite line in the song is sugar-coated disease, buckle at the knees. I just think that's a great rhyme. And
Yeah.
I just think it's a really cool line. I think this song is a great song.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite tracks on the record, and if I'm putting on one song from this record, sometimes it would be this song.
Awesome. That's wonderful to know. I completely love this song as well. I love the demo version that is on the 2013 reissue of How to Clean Everything. I love the story that Conrad Sichler told me on the Leg Hole Trap episode about how when he was recording the demo version in Winnipeg before the band signed to Fat, that he was, talking to Chris about the number of people on planet Earth and how he was very upset that Chris was wanting to tell everybody fuck you. And I just have really good memories of having that interview with Conrad for the Leg Hole Trap episode where he talked so much about this song as well. And I think my favorite line in this song is I'm making perfect sense, but I'm not getting through. And to me, that's a really important lyric, because how many people in all of our lives have we tried to explain to somebody else with all of our energy and information that we've gathered and clarity and, attempts to relate on a human to human level? How many times have we all had that experience of trying to be really in depth and detailed about what we're trying to say, but the other person just doesn't see an issue the same way? This line really talks to me about the limitations of persuasion and how how people have all of their own life experiences that inform everything that they do, and how no matter how much you try to explain why you think what you think, it doesn't mean that you're going to make anybody else change their mind in a lot of ways. So this lyric to me just is like really trying to like remind me of my own limitations as a person when trying to get other people to see where I'm coming from on stuff.
I think that's a really good line. And while you were talking about it, it made me think, because there's, again, I'm going to go off onto a tangent here, but
that's fine.
I posted yesterday on my Twitter account because it's coming out. And the story's kind of been in the community for a while, but it just kind of Fox News and Toronto Sun and all these garbage media outlets have picked it up. But the Disc Golf Pro Tour has banned a trans woman from playing in the
I saw that tweet.
FPO division, and it is the biggest. It's just such garbage, and I just don't understand how these people that are running this sport, who trying to make it a legitimate sport where people care about, can continuously be such a clown show. And I don't like, and in this situation, like obviously we all believe that the trans rights are human rights. Like that's goes without saying. But for these people to come out here and say, well, it's not fair. I'm like, she's been playing on the tour for 2 years. She's won 2 events in 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone needs to just chill out and step out of it. It's not random jabronis on the internet weighing in and amplifying all of this hate that's going to fix this situation. I'm so sick of people getting involved in stuff that does not concern them, especially when it's at the detriment of another person.
Yeah. And, whenever there is oftentimes, like kind of the way I see that is whenever there is a group of people that have very, very little power in the world, they're a really easy target for people who do have power. And when the people in power have no vision for how to make the world an actually better place, one of the best tools to lean into if you're a visionless person who also has power is to distract other people from noticing your lack of vision by preemptively attacking groups of people as being the real problems in society. So, that kind of just jumps out at me about what you're saying there. I love this song though. Middle Finger Response, eh? Pretty cool.
Great jam.
Well, let's hear a couple covers. We got a couple of interesting ones here. The first is by friend of the podcast, Elliot Imes. Elliot did covers of Albright Monument Baghdad and Iteration for the podcast. Both of those were awesome. And I was so happy that Elliot knocked out a cover of Middle Finger Response. And then the second cover of Middle Finger Response is by Dal Failure, who is the bassist of the mighty Frenzal Rhomb from Australia. So first one, Elliot Imes. Second, Dal Failure from Frenzal Rhomb. Middle Finger Response. Enjoy. After we recorded this, we even got a third cover for Middle Finger Response, so thank you to Jonas in Sweden for submitting the third cover that you'll hear in this sequence.
Bullet cherries in Wisconsin Creek, a silhouette of life for those who seek. Beyond a Parkland Mall, and this landscape oasis now famed City Hall. And they call this peace. It's not how it seems to me. Sugar-coated disease, buckle at the knees. Your members of Parliament lining their garments with hides of the masses, their heads stuck up their asses. Born little soldiers fly
cunnilingus giving dream. Oh, yeah. Nobody cares about the state of affairs. You'll turn blue in the face, but you cannot erase. Oblivious to the obvious. I'm making perfect sense, but I'm not getting through. The progress overdue, but don't expect to find me with a note left to be read. A pistol in my hand and a bullet in my head. No, this census indicates and this atlas has related like 8 billion humans I haven't irritated. I've got a lot of work to do. 8 billion people. That's 8 billion snotty fuck yous. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck all of you.
Fallen cherries in Wisconsin Creek, a sylvan way of life through those that seek, none beyond the Parkland Mall. This landscape of waste is now Fame City Hall.
And they call this peace.
Not how it seems to me. Sugar-coated disease. Buckle at the knees. Your members of parliament lining their garments with hides of the masses and stuck up their asses. 4 little soldiers, flags on to their shoulders. This insight spawns despair. Why am I not a part of this? Pinecone wealth and sea defense bliss. All your novel themes that keep you amused on your way to Canadian flag waving Aryan motherfucking cock-sucking dream. Oh yeah. Nobody cares about the state of affairs. You turn blue in the face, but you can't erase. Oblivious to the obvious. I'm making perfect sense, but I'm not getting through. Progress overdue, but don't expect to find me with a note left to be read. Pistol in my hand and a bullet in my head. This census indicates and this atlas has related 3 billion humans I haven't irritated. I got a lot of work to do. 3 billion people. That's 3 billion snotty fuck yous. Fuck you. Fuck all of you.
Bowls of cherries in Wisconsin Creek, sylvan way of life for those who seek, none beyond the Parkland Mall. This landscape always is now Fame City Hall, and they call this peace. Not how it seems to me. Sugar-coated disease. that keep you amused and you're way to the Canadian motherfucking cunt sucking dream. Oh yeah. Nobody cares about the state of affairs. You can turn blue in the face, but you cannot erase oblivious to the obvious. I'm making perfect sense, but I'm not getting through. Progress overdue, but don't expect to find me with a note left to be read. Pistol in my hand and a bullet in my head. This census indicates and this atlas has related 3 billion humans I haven't irritated. Got a lot of work to do. 3 billion people. That's 3 billion snotty fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck all of you.
All right. Thank you so much to Elliot and Dal for those fantastic covers of Middle Finger Response. We are going to take a music break for a little bit because, Steve, you have another interview for us. I know that you spoke to your friend Abe. Tell me a little bit about what we're going to expect from this conversation.
So Abe, much like Taylor, the previous interview, I sourced through Zoe. Abe is Zoe's cousin who lives in just outside of Vancouver. He is 19 years old, and he is the most famous person that I know that uses TikTok.
What?
Well, I mean, he's famous in that, like he does like music reviews on TikTok and like music reactions kind of thing. He primarily does rap and hip hop. So talking to him about Propagandees and how to clean everything was legitimately completely out of his wheelhouse.
Perfect. I love to hear this. Tell me, yeah, this is great.
So he had never heard the record. I sent it to him, and the way I went about it was actually interesting. So what I actually did was I sent him the lyrics to the record first and had him digest the lyrics. And then I told him what the actual album was and had him listen to the album along with the lyrics. And that's how he kind of went about it. So this is our conversation. It's on the shorter side compared to the Taylor interview that we just listened to. But so this is 19-year-old Abe James from just outside of Vancouver talking about listening to How to Clean Everything for the first time. Okay, so here we have Abe James joining me now to talk about How to Clean Everything and the 30th anniversary of How to Clean Everything. Welcome to the podcast, Abe.
Thank you for having me.
So just so we can have our listeners have a bit of a background as to who Abe James is, can you just tell us like a little bit about Who is Abe James? What makes Abe James tick?
Well, I'm a dude who likes listening to music. I would say I listen to probably like 75 to like 80% hip hop. But I do listen to a little bit of everything. And I started a TikTok page a while ago, and I like to post on there, and I like to share my music takes. And yeah, that's about it.
For all our listeners here, like Abe is the most famous person on TikTok that I've ever known. So if you want to just plug your TikTok account.
Sure, if you want to follow me, Abe_James. I post occasionally on there. And I post on YouTube and stream on Twitch occasionally as well.
So just to be clear for everyone, Abe is 19 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So growing up in the house, who would you say was the person that like showed you music, or what music did you guys have kind of playing in the house while you were growing up?
When I was growing up, my parents were a little bit protective, so I wasn't exposed to a ton of like different music. I would say around 8th grade is when I really started to, or maybe 7th grade. 7th grade, my older brother started showing me a lot of like pop punk and just lots of rock in general. So I just got into like the basics, like Green Day, Blink-182, stuff like that. Then in the 8th grade, I started getting more into hip hop, starting with Kanye, and then branching out into like just Kendrick and Tyler, just like the popular rappers at the time. And then from there, I've just fallen in love with music, and more, just discovered more and more.
When it comes to music, I know you're primarily listening to hip hop right now, but like what draws you to an artist, and then what keeps you listening to that artist?
Definitely just being unique. When I hear a sound that hasn't been done before, or them saying something that hasn't been done before, I find it just very interesting, and it makes me want to hear more and see what other stuff they've thought of.
Okay, so let's dive into How to Clean Everything. You'd never heard this album before.
Never heard this album. Never heard anything from Propadandees before.
Perfect. So let's just kind of get like an initial impression as to what do you think of, based off of this, what do you think of Propadandees?
Okay, I actually did really like it. I thought it was great. I haven't heard anything else from Propadandees yet, so maybe my opinion would change if I listened to their other stuff. I really enjoyed how politically charged it was. I loved everything they had to say in the lyrics. Head, Chest, or Foot was definitely my favorite song. I thought the riffs were super catchy. It reminded me a bit of NoFX. Yeah, overall, I thought it was pretty good. Some of the production sounded a little bit dated. Some of the songs sounded a little bit repetitive, but for the most part, I really enjoyed it.
So let's dive into Head, Chest, or Foot.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of what stood out in that song, is it just the riffing? Do you want to talk about the lyrics for that one?
Yeah, I really liked, the riff was definitely my favorite part of this song. I found it just very catchy and different from a lot of the rest of the songs. But the whole lyrics of like anti-establishment and stuff of that nature, I just really liked. And I learned they're from Canada, right?
They're from Winnipeg.
Yeah. No, I really enjoyed the vocals. I thought all the lyrics were great, and the intro was really, really great as well.
So you said your two favorite songs were
the first two.
Yeah, the first two. Did you have a song on the album that you didn't like?
Ooh, Stick the fucking flag up your goddamn ass, you son of a bitch. I like the lyrics and the sentiment behind that, but I did find that it's a little. I mean, I wouldn't say it's my favorite on the album.
Fair enough.
Fuck Machine, I found a little bit basic. And the rest, this might be Satire's a little weaker, but the rest are all very, very good.
So, yeah. Hate, Myth, Muscle, Etiquette. How would you feel that this song is relating to current 2023 life?
The line, as time passed by, I realized we don't need rules to survive, just common sense and means to subsist. So from here on, I will resist. I think that is my favorite line in the whole song. I mean, I've definitely had these thoughts. I have it better than a lot of people, but yeah, a lot of rules put in place don't need to be there, right? Like look at downtown Vancouver. If drugs were decriminalized, for example, and money was put into rehabilitation, stuff would be, I think stuff would be a lot better down there.
That's an absolute fair assessment of the situation.
Yeah, we don't need a lot of these rules to survive, and some of the people making these rules, I don't think should be making the rules.
That's absolutely fair. I agree with that. Okay, so what do you think from this album holds up best 30 years later? And as being a first-time listener of this album,
I would say the overall message. I know that sounds like generic and stuff, but just this whole thing about like anti-government, anti-homophobia, anti just everything. I think all of this holds up in today's. I think they were ahead of their time in terms of all the stuff they're talking about here. And a lot of these issues, like when did this come out?
1993.
Yeah. So many of these issues still have not been sorted out in the slightest. And it's sad. And I think people need to hear this album more.
Some might say that some of these issues are even far worse today than they were in 1993.
Definitely. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Or at least more prevalent anyway. Do you have anything with this album that you think maybe is dated or doesn't hold up?
The only thing I would say is the production. I feel like some of the riffs might be a little just bland and don't make me want to like go back to the song and listen again. In terms of the lyrical content, no, I don't think anything aged terribly.
That's fair. So in terms of like your overall impressions of the album, in terms of are you going to would you recommend this to people? Is this something you'll put on and listen to again at some point? Overall impressions.
Yeah, Anti-Manifesto, Head, Chest, or Foot, and Ska Sucks. Ska Sucks is also pretty good. I like that one. I could definitely see myself just throwing those into my rotation. And yeah, if anyone asks me like, you got any punk recommendations, this would definitely be like on the list of albums to recommend. And it made me want to listen to the rest of their stuff, because you said that this is your least favorite out of their albums. So yeah, I'll definitely want to go check out the rest of their stuff. And I like this one.
That's awesome. And just finally, we tend to rate albums on a scale of 1 to 5. So
1 to 5. Okay.
So 1 to 5. So if you had to rate this album on a 1 to 5, how would you rate that?
I'm going to say I'd probably give this a 3.5.
3.5 is a very strong rating. I like where you went with that.
That's a 7 out of 10. That's a 7 out of 10. Yeah. I would say 3.5.
I like where you went with that. Okay, let's get you to plug all of your accounts and channels.
You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv/Abe James. YouTube is just Abe James. TikTok is Abe_James. If you search me up, stuff will come up. But yeah, that's about it.
Awesome. Okay, yeah. So everyone go check out Abe James online. And thank you so much for joining me today on the 30th anniversary episode.
It's an honor. Thank you very much for having me, and I'm glad you put me onto this album.
And I'll send you some more.
Perfect. All right.
All right. So Steve, thank you so much for interviewing Abe, and that's a great angle for an interview, and I'm really glad that you're introducing the band to new people out there. That's just wonderful. So we're gonna chat about the next tune. Stick the fucking flag up your goddamn ass, you son of a bitch. We have yet to totally cover this song as an episode, but a fantastic 17-minute segment about Stick the Flag appears in the Ryan Onan episode that I mentioned before. For anybody out there who doesn't know Ryan Onan, he is an actor who is in shows on TV like Queen of the South, Big Sky, Fargo, and many more. And he is an amazing and cool guy. And he was in a band from San Diego called Against the Wall back in the day. And he described it as basically a Propagandy tribute band that writes original music. But Ryan had an amazing segment of conversation in his episode about Stick the Flag. So I'm delighted to point people in the direction of that episode, which I think is one of my all-time favorite interviews we've ever done, is with Ryan Onan. Steve, what are your thoughts on Stick the Flag? But don't give away how you feel about it totally, because we still have to do a full episode together, you and me, buddy, on this particular song.
Okay, so I'm going to give the Coles Notes version. Do you have Coles Notes in the US? Do you know what that is?
I think we have the Spark Notes. I think it's Spark Notes here.
I think I'm dating myself, because whenever I say Coles Notes, no one knows what I'm talking about. But
I sure don't.
I think it's just that I'm old.
Maybe.
But surely, if you're listening to this, can you please reply that you know what Coles Notes is?
That would be amazing. Yes, definitely tell me that Steve is very old and that we have no idea what he's saying.
I need to know that I'm not the only person that knows what Coles Notes is. Surely there's another person out there.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
Anyways, love the song.
Me too.
And the song makes me, whenever I hear this song, well, we'll cover this more in the episode, but it makes me think of how stupid it is that they play anthems before sporting events.
Yeah.
And we'll discuss all of this much more in depth when we do this episode. But yeah, I like the song, hate anthems.
Yeah, this this might be my favorite song on the whole record. I think that the tension between the father and the son in the song is whenever Chris talks about family and the challenges of family throughout Propagandees' discography, those are the ones that really get to me. Like this one, like Without Love, like any unscripted moment where he's talking about his kids, Adventures in Zoochosis, songs where Chris talks about family, are just like, you know, the best thing ever to me. And so this might be my favorite song on the record. Maybe that's why I've procrastinated doing an episode on it for 3 years. But I just absolutely love this one. And so I'm delighted to chat about it with you eventually on a full episode. We've got, let's see what we got here for covers. There are 2 covers of this song, which delight me to no end because they are both amazing. The first one is by return guest of the podcast, Hoss Bossman. He's a YouTuber and content creator and educator. And he was our guest on the Victory Lap episode. And he also made a great cover for that episode. So he did an acoustic rendition of Stick the Flag for this podcast, for this episode. And I'm hoping that we'll get him on as a guest for the Stick the Flag episode because he's got a lot of really personal and important commentary that that he wants to share for the show. So this cover that he made is fantastic. And the second is by Michael Walmsley from the German emo band called Layers. And so this is another wonderful cover. One of the first covers that we got submitted whenever I put out a call for covers. Michael was on this and he sent this in super fast. So you are going to love these covers. So we're going to hear from Hoss Bossman and Michael Walmsley from Layers. Enjoy.
Son, it's futile to resist. You can topple ideologies, but not the armies they enlist. Question the intentions of the Boy Scouts chanting war. Well, that's the sound of freedom, son, he said, free to say no more.
Wait a minute, Dad. Do we actually have freedoms? Well, if we get them from a flag, they'll fucking vanish when we need them. And if this country is so goddamn free, then I can burn your fucking flag wherever I damn well please.
Dumb enough to vote, you're fucking dumb enough to believe them. Because if this country is so goddamn free, then I can burn your fucking flag wherever I damn well please. I'm gonna stick it up your fucking ass. Carried their anthem, convinced it was mine. Rhymeless, unreasoned conjecture kept me in line. Then I stood back and wondered, what the fuck had they done to me? Accomplice to all that I promised I would never fucking be, never be. carry their anthem, convinced that it's yours. Invitation to honor, invitation to war. Bad Midler now assumes sainthood, romanticize mother for morale. Tie yellow ribbon round the old tree, my friend, and gee, Wally, that's swell. Fuck the troops to hell. Fuck the troops to hell.
All right. Thank you so much to Hoss Bossman and Michael Walmsley for your amazing covers that you just submitted for the podcast. We are super grateful to you. We are going to move along to
there was a lot of layers to those covers.
Dude, you got it. You got it. Nicely done. Haillie Selasse, Up Your Ass. And I did an episode on this after Keith had left the podcast and before you joined. I did this as episode number 81 on July 21st, 2022. And the guest on that episode, Erin, was absolutely amazing. She is a PhD who writes about the Rastafari movements and also is a Propagandees fan and lives in Canada. So Erin and I had a really great chat about her thoughts on this particular song. What are your thoughts on Haillie Selasse, Up Your Ass, Steve?
I like the song a lot. I think it's got a really good vibe to it. I love the soon to be parking lots for American tourists and fascist cops line. Love that. And I love the guitar after he says fascist cops. That guitar part there, when he hits that little riff ski, man, I get the feels. Nice.
Very good. Well, I'm glad that you like this song. This is one of the more complex songs for me. As listeners of this podcast out there know, I host another podcast where I primarily talk about religions of the world. So I had content burnout, topic burnout, related to this song. So, I put off talking about this song a lot because this is one that I didn't really feel like diving into all that much. I love the soon-to-be parking lots for American tourists and fascist cops line as well. I think that's probably my favorite line in the song. For anybody out there who may find this song lyrically challenging or, sort of off-putting in any way, maybe go check out Chris's Patreon, because when he did his episode for his Patreon about this particular song, he did a lyrical revision and he rewrote the lyrics to portions of the song, and he put out a new version of him singing it, I think in like 2018. But if you go and you search for this song on his Patreon, it'll pop right up. So there has been a revised version of this song, and Chris has actually sung the revised version with the band live since he did that revision since 2017. So, kind of a cool thing to see this song get reimagined a little bit lyrically over the years with Chris.
Yeah, I think this is one of the songs that when everyone listens to the record, I think this song just stands out to everyone the first time they listen to the record. It's not because it's particularly like like an outstanding song. Well, it's an amazing, it's a great song, but I think it just hits people when they listen to the record for the first time as, man, what I'm listening to is serious and it's getting me thinking. I think it's an important song at probably a really good place in the album track listing wise to kind of give you that mid-album think break.
Yeah. Well, And it also allows you to focus on what's being said too. Because if you think about the song before this, from Stick the Flag, where he goes into the G Wally, that swell part, and then he screams through the outro, it's a really intense ending to the previous song, but also just as powerful a sentiment where he's talking about the troops there in that tune. But then this one where he asks you to consider Zionism, militarism, nationalism, the concept of organized religion in general, the concept of what does it mean to be a quote unquote promised land? What does it mean for people to be displaced from land? There's so much complexity going on in this song that the fact that it's a slower song and you can hear what he's saying and you can process it because he's not like machine gunning lyrics at you like at a rapid pace. That's a really important point that you made about having a think break and like a stylistic break as well to, kind of break up the record, because it allows you a little bit of space for reflection on what's being said.
Oh, absolutely. And that's why, when I was doing the interviews, this song stuck out to every single person that I talked to.
Yeah. And that's for lifelong fans as well. I remember when I interviewed Brendan from the Lawrence Arms for the Rock for Sustainable Capitalism episode, and he told me a story during that conversation where this is the song where he would turn down the volume on his stereo in his mom's apartment when he was growing up. And he's like, yeah, this was like the song that, really just jumped out at me. And I loved it. And he's like, I love the song, but I would always turn it down whenever it would come on because I was afraid my mom was going to hear it. So this is one of those kinds of songs where when you're a young person trying to find out the ways that you process the world, process the events and the ways that people treat each other and the ways that people treat non-people and the ways that land is such a commodity and a resource for people around the world and how conflict is based on that. This is a really fascinating tune in the ways that it asks us to consider so many of these important and challenging issues that we still face today.
And I think
and will face forever, for that matter.
Well, exactly. And to kind of segue with that, this is a really cool song to have a variety of covers of.
Well, we've got them, man. We've got 3 covers of Haillie Selasse up your ass. The first one is by a band called DC Fallout. This originally appeared on the Fat Wreck film compilation. And I got in touch with guitarist Scott Harder, who now plays in the band 10 Foot Pole, about using this cover, and he was really pumped on the idea. So thank you so much to Scott Harder for allowing me to put this in. The second was provided by Uli Saylor, who was on our Anti-Manifesto episode a while back. Uli used to play in a band called D Sailors. And Uli was like, oh, my band used to play Haillie Selasse. Let me see if I can find a recording of us doing it. So he sent me this live recording of his band playing the song. And the recording is from like 2004. It's like 20 years old. And it sounds great. And I'm so excited to be able to put this out. And then the third is acoustic, and it is by a listener of the podcast, Steve Barr. So DC Fallouts is a super fast, skate punk version. D Sailors retains the original ska and reggae feel, and Steve's goes full on acoustic. So we've got 3 takes of this like legendary song. So please enjoy, and we'll be back in just a little bit.
Gaza Strip, the West Bank. The Gaza Strip, the West Bank. The Gaza Strip, soon to be a parking lot for American tourists and fascist cops.
Auch die Leute von der Biertheke. Okay, Jungs, ihr wart geil. Wir haben noch eins und dann hören wir auf. Viel Spaß mit den anderen Bands noch.
You speak of Rastafari,
But how can you justify belief in a God that's left you behind? And you simply filled the gap between the upper and lower class, and your faith merely keeps you in line, yeah. An amalgamation of Jewish scripture and Christian thought. What will that get you? Not a fuck of a lot. And take a look at your promised land. Your deed is that gun in your hand. Mount Zion's a minefield, the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, the Gaza Strip. Soon to be parking lots for American tourists and fascist cops, yeah. Fuck Zionism, fuck militarism, fuck Americanism, fuck nationalism, fuck religion. 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 Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right. So thank you so much to Scott Harder from DC Fallout. Thank you so much to Uli Sailor. And thank you so much to Steve Barr for those 3 covers for Haillie Selasse Up Your Ass. It means a ton. Thank you so much. Let's move on to the next song, Fuck Machine. We originally talked about this song on episode 65 on November 18th, 2021. And Keith was with me on that one. We had an amazing guest on that episode, a friend of the podcast, Mary Best. So shout out to Mary Best, who did this song, Refusing to Be a Man, and Ladies Night in Loserville. All 3 of those episodes featured great conversations with Mary Best, which I then released as an interview trilogy episode later on. So Steve, this is kind of like one of the kickoffs for Propagandees' foray through discussing gender, sexuality, feminist movements within their catalog. What are your thoughts on this tune?
I really like this tune as well. Taylor and I talked about this tune extensively, as you guys just heard in the Taylor interview. Because both Taylor and my partner Zoe work for a nonprofit in educating young men about toxic masculinity and really kind of preventing, young boys from getting wrapped up into like the Andrew Tates of the world and stuff like that. So this song kind of hits home, especially, because I have the connection to that, and the line in the song that really sticks out and that kind of angers me the most, as we discussed in the previous interview, but it's the "boys will be boys" line.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard. You'd be hard pressed to find like a more problematic statement than "boys will be boys."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. And what it does is it puts the responsibility for, being safe and not being assaulted on women. So the line just before that, the female anchor just smiles and shrugs it off. I talked about that line a ton in the episode that we made because it makes it in this song look like the female anchor accepts the sentiment of boys will be boys, but what is going on underneath the surface of that anchor to say something like that? Like, is there fear behind that statement? Is there, oh my God, if I just like don't get noticed, maybe like these bad things won't happen to me? So there's a really challenging undertone to the female anchor lyric in this song, and the feelings that are not expressed verbally, the undertone of, how is the female anchor brought up in a society where she knows there's she's like kind of powerless in certain situations. This is a really challenging tune, and I don't think the band particularly likes this one anymore. I don't think that Chris really likes this song anymore. I think that whenever we were doing this episode, I think that Chris said on his Patreon, he's like, yeah, I just wish there were certain songs that they wouldn't cover, and I'm betting that this is one of the ones that he was talking about. But this is a challenging and interesting song. The episode was really hard to make, and but we do have a cover for it, so we'll chat about that.
I wonder why he wouldn't like it anymore. It's still super relevant, and because it's just so important. I don't know. To me, it seems like a weird song to not like.
Yeah, I don't know. I just can't. I got that impression. But it is what it is. And the song, I had great conversations about this song with Mary and Keith, and it's still a good song and not one of my favorites on the record, but still interesting nonetheless.
That's totally fair. Let's get to the covers.
So we have a live cover by a band called FATWAGON, who does Fat Records covers. And so this is a live cover from FATWAGON of Fuck Machine. Enjoy.
It's something physical condition reactioning. It's something physical condition attraction. But I'm a mighty escape when my eyes no longer rate the innocent. Women or children, human beings, saying the pain that it brings. Shadows, purpose on the station, with the names on my television. But this just in, bikini film at 10. The female actors fight, drugs and a voice women boys. Do you really wanna be a fucking toys? And then again, condone it with a grin. Just sit back, guiding shots my through your left the fucking machine. Is that what you really wanna fucking be? The killer and his fist finally flex, and that's your fucking toy. And though I want to embrace, I will not misplace frailties. Opinion, sense of compassion, be attempted to take.
All right. So thank you to FATWAGON for actually performing that song live for me to be able to use for a cover for the episode. Appreciate that. So Steve, we got one more interview. Tell me a little bit about who you have for our third interview for the episode and what to expect.
So this third interview is actually with my partner Zoe's best friend, Becca Emery. So Becca grew up north of Toronto in a very, very small community and like very traditional values. And she is a massive, massive country music fan.
Sweet.
So I thought when we first kind of had this idea, she was one of the first people that came to my mind because she doesn't tend to, you know, when you think of your stereotypical country music fan, like, you know, off the top of your head, if you're trying to describe a country music fan in terms of their politics, their interests and stuff like that, what would you think?
I mean, I'm from Missouri, so to me, this is going to mean something totally different than depending on where other people are living. But, you know, in country music, it would be belt buckle, leather belt, some boots, some kind of tight jeans, maybe a flannel shirt. And, you know, if you're going out on dancing on a Friday night, got the hat as well, you know?
And they tend to have, I'm overgeneralizing here, but problematic politics.
Oh, white as well. White for sure.
Yes. So that's why, to me, Becca was a very interesting conversation because she, in that she loves country music, but her politics and her ethics don't align with, you know, traditional country music politics.
Interesting.
They tend to more align with propaganda politics.
Cool.
So I thought that this was going to be an interesting conversation to take someone out of their comfort zone and have them kind of discover something new based off of their common, based off of the lyrics and their common, like, you know, agreeing on the topics and everything. So I thought it was a cool conversation. Again, as most of my conversations do, it takes a lot of tangents, but it was a really fun conversation, and I was super, super jazzed to be able to talk to Becca on the podcast.
All right, well, let's hear it.
My question still persists. You can't threaten change of place. It's not just isolated incidents. A cop just kicking ass. It's a fucking war machine protecting the wealth of the employees.
I'm here with our next guest, Becca Emery. Welcome to the show, Becca.
Hi, nice. Thanks for having me.
So I wanted to have you on this show specifically when we were deciding to do this anniversary episode. You're one of the first people that came to mind as to who I wanted to have on the show to talk about this album, because I knew you'd never heard it before, and number
100%.
two, I think your insight is going to be fun to listen to. With that in mind, can you please just give our listeners a little bit of background on who Becca is, kind of where you grew up?
Oh, sure. Yeah, happy to. A little background about me and where I grew up. I grew up in a really rural, small town, just basically north, hour and a half of Toronto. For folks that know Toronto well, I would say 2 hours if you're hitting any traffic, but mainly it was about 1,100 people, really spread out. Everyone owned a farm or their neighbor was a farmer by any sort. And then kind of growing up was all about making your own fun, your own social circles, because everything was about 20 minutes to get anywhere, whether that be a grocery store, elementary school, high school, friends, family, just out of pure distance, because everything was so spread out. Even neighbors, often you would jump in the car really quick to go next door, or on your bike when I was little. So I had a lot of space, a lot of time to think, but also not a lot of exposure to a lot of things growing up, unless I went with my parents to mainly Toronto or Mississauga, the GTA in general.
And just so people can understand, like the sheer ruralness of it, is that like
Yeah.
you have a horse.
Oh yeah, I have 3. Yeah.
You have
Yeah.
you have 3 horses. So just for, for
Yeah.
everyone listening, like that's how rural this is. Like we're up there, and she has 3 horses.
Yeah.
So going kind of in that vein, you kind of grew up small town, like very traditional values, very kind of, I don't want to say sheltered, but very much its own kind of place.
Yeah. I would say it didn't really hit me. Like you said earlier, I grew up, my parents were really trying to expose me to a lot when I was younger, as far as hobbies and activities, their lifestyle. I really got into riding, Western riding, specifically barrel racing. And that took up such a large majority of my time that I didn't really realize how potentially in a bubble a lot of us were until I got to grade 9. And that was 20 minutes into town. Everyone was on a bus, and really realizing like my high school was only 600 people. My elementary school was only 150. So then going into high school, quote unquote, going into town for school, and really realizing that it was just people that you went to elementary school with. And then you saw more of, say, relatives, cousins, whoever who lived elsewhere. And then it was definitely like it wouldn't be uncommon, to give people an idea. It wouldn't be uncommon if folks that were driving to school, we'd carpool a lot. If someone had a hay bale in the back of their truck driving to school, because it was hay season in the fall, a lot of time, people were haying. And so they didn't have time to unload it before going to school. Like they had to be at school for 8 a.m. And so they were helping their parents right up until they had to leave for school. You carpool, you go right home after school. And then in the winter, a lot of times there'd be snowmobiles in the back of people's trucks. And a lot of times you're borrowing your parents' farm truck, because that's what you're allowed to take to school. Very similar case with myself as well. So if that gives people a little bit more context as to what I definitely thought was normal until I was about 17.
Transitioning towards your education, can you just kind of give us a bit of a background, what you took kind of in university? And
Oh, sure. Yeah. So I did my undergrad at Wilfrid Laurier in Waterloo in Ontario. I studied sociology with a minor in global studies, so kind of like international development, but mainly sociology was my major, really focusing on why we do what we do based on the social pressures that are put on us and how we see the world through our lens.
So basically, you kind of you had that background of the very small, tight community, and then you go away to university and your mind is growing. And then now we wind up, and if I'm Becca and I'm sitting here, post university, my mind is opened up to a whole bunch of new things. I'm putting a CD in my Discman because Spotify doesn't exist yet.
Yeah.
What CD is going in your Discman?
Oh, I had a vast CD collection, mainly country. First and foremost, I had every single Shania Twain record, an album. She was my first concert. I still will pay an infinite amount of money to see her. She was on repeat to the point that her Come On Over album, I played it so much in my Walkman when I would walk my dog at home that, when it used to get scratches that the eye couldn't read it anymore.
Yeah.
That Come On Over album is there just now for show. I
Amazing.
cannot even read it. It cannot be read anymore through a Walkman.
Amazing. So, okay. So we've established that you are a country music fan. So
huge. Yeah.
When we're relating this back to Propadandees, they're very different to country music.
Absolutely.
So when I sent you this album and very high level first impressions of this album, I'm really interested as to what your initial thoughts were on your first pass through, because it's not the type of music that you would normally listen to.
No, not at all. I would say I almost had my nervous system was so overstimulated by this album for so many reasons. Not only the way in which the songs are composed and put together, but just the way in which the strong messages that each song had, and how much you really have to be thoughtful and take some time to like kind of digest each song after listening to it, because just with exactly like you said, with kind of what I went through in my early 20s of unpacking the way I grew up and then opening up my eyes to a lot more in my early 20s, and realizing there was so much more than the little town that I grew up in, and taking off some rose-colored glasses to a lot of things, that this album, I feel like if I had listened to it, that's what I thought of. I was like, if I had listened to this 10 years ago when I was 16, 17, how different my outlook on life would have been, and maybe how strong that would have been, and the way I approach things would have been a lot more confrontational, a lot more advocacy focused, I felt.
We've selected two songs to kind of go through and kind of deep dive here. So the first one we're going to dive into is Middle Finger Response. So can you just tell me your overall, before we dive into like going through the content and the lyrics, just your overall kind of impressions on the music in it and like the vocals?
Yeah. High level. When I first heard this song, I was really, really shocked. I was like, oh my gosh, this is so intense. This is so vulgar, as if people are singing about this, and exactly to your point, as if people were singing about this over 30 years ago in this way. Because in which my context was I grew up on really, really strong, still do, I shouldn't say was, really strong female country voices. And typically they have a stereotype or a theme to their songs in which they portray their albums. So when I first heard this song, I was like, oh my God, I'm like, how can you not get angry and worked up and fired up when you hear this song? And how I so badly wanted to like sit down with one of the writers and be like, how did you get here? Like, what got you here to this point that you're willing to use so many extreme swear words, cuss words, all these things to really get your point across, and to feel this amount of anger in the 80s? What was going on around your life? And what were you trying to wake people up to?
It's one of my favorite songs on the record because it's a very much an in your face kind of forward driven angry song. But like in terms of the subject matter of the song, like I find it's, at least personally, I find it still very relevant to today's world.
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
You know, because, you know, people live a life of excess and they don't care about things around them. And they just, you know, I think we're almost more towards that now than we have been in the past.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, that's even too, maybe I need to elaborate on that more. Like the one, I'm looking at the lyrics right now beside me of the song, and the one line that I remember listening to the song, and then I went back to the lyrics and then listening to the song again, and I was like, wow, we at that time had half the population on the planet that we do now. That was only, well, just under, give or take. And the amount that this was so relevant and people were so angry about it and still are, but this is so in your face, and they're, where is it? Lining their garments with hides of the masses. Their heads are stuck up their asses. And I was like, how at this point is there 3 billion people and we can say words like this in a song, and it goes really, really deep inside your brain. And yet that's so incredibly relevant in 2023, if not even more. And then I'm wondering too, I'm like, are we the only people that think that's relevant, or do we just now accept it because it's been like this for decades? That we're just going, well, it is what it is. You chose to live in a really capitalist country. You chose to live in North America. That's the way a lot of capitalist countries, or all of them, are. Is this just something we've come to accept, that we just are okay with all of this excess?
And it's a very interesting question, because overall, it kind of seems like we are okay with it for the most part. As sad as that is, like we're okay living in this world and, paying $3,000 a month for a 1-bedroom apartment, and,
and thinking it's a deal, and being like, wow, what a flat rate.
Yeah. And people making below living wages, but hey, like, check out this fancy new thing I got. Right?
Yeah. Or I even think what strange enough came to my mind when I listened to the song. I don't know if that's also the context in which I was listening to the song. I was listening to it a couple times on the TTC on my way to work. Now, was I was thinking, everyone around me right now, as I'm on the TTC on my morning commute, is wearing fast fashion. And I won't call out any brands, but there's a few that I'm thinking of off the top of my head where...
Call them out.
Okay. I was like the biggest one for me for female fashion that I see around me is either Fashion Nova or Shein. And the fact that they have apps that can give you incredible discounts, incredible just meaning to me excessive discounts, when they're also some of the already most cost-effective clothes. Cost-effective, I'm being kind. They're cheap clothes that are on the market. Their fabric falls apart so quickly. They have a terrible reputation for being so environmentally hurtful to anything and how they're manufactured. And yet, to your point of, we're okay with this excess now and what the cost of living is, or we've become desensitized to it rather. I'm listening to this song, looking around at other female presenting people around me wearing all these clothing, knowing this because it's all over your social media, to your algorithm, just because of what you browse. It's now in your ads, that I'm like, I know for a fact that in like 3 months, all of this is going to end up somewhere in a dumpster. It's going to go to landfill, and nobody is going to care or be fazed. But also, what a slimy brand for targeting people that potentially really don't have access to those really high quote unquote quality or Canadian made companies that have such a high price for their clothing, but potentially it's better quality, it's equitable, as equitable it can be for the way that it's manufactured, the way that the materials are sourced for it. But say like one sweater is like $150. Well, if you're working a part-time job and going to school downtown, or if you're in an entry-level role, or if you're in a role that you're doing some really great work and it's a not-for-profit company, you're forced into those brands that are fast fashion strictly based on, do I want to pay my mortgage or my rent and food and have clothes on my body? Or do I want everything to be equitable, organic, and good for the environment? And so you're forced almost into this excess.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation because, like, you don't, there's obviously the option of like thrifting and stuff like that, which I'm sure obviously which people do, but people tend to definitely flock to these almost disposable clothes.
Wonderful word. Absolutely. And even there's a thrift store right down the road from me on Bloor. And I was looking through, and a few of the shirts now that I'm looking through, I was looking for just a few more like sweaters, are like minimum $25. And I'm overhearing someone's conversation, this probably would have been like last Friday, that there's a woman beside me that was like $25. She's like, I might as well just go buy a new sweater then for $30. Why is there such a markup? And her friend just like rolled her eyes and looked at her. They're thrifting together and was like, well, come on, you know the area that we're in. Like we're in the annex in Toronto, so they can do this markup. That like this is what they'll get away with. People don't even think twice about it. And I'm like, isn't that a wild concept that you're also just okay with that? That something that's supposed to be based on the foundation of reduce, reuse, recycle, you can get away with leaning into a markup price on that too, just because of consumerism and capitalism that's driving these decisions on prices too. Like, okay.
I mean, I think the city of Toronto in general operates on the concept of marking everything up.
Totally. Yeah.
I mean, whether it be rents, whether it be food, groceries, general shopping stuff, everything is going to be more expensive there than it is elsewhere because you're paying a premium to be in the big smoke.
Yeah, absolutely. To have that convenience.
Is there anything else that jumped out with you from this song, or do you want to move on to the next one?
Not at this moment. No, I'd love to move on to the.
Okay. So the next song that you have chosen that you'd like to go over is Homophobes Are Just Pissed Because They Can't Get Laid. So can you please tell me why you picked this song?
At first, it was totally the title. I listened to the song, but then initially when I went through the album, I didn't listen to the album in order. I listened to it strictly based on titles and just clicked through on my Spotify on what really like grabbed me. And that one really got me fired up. But I was like, again, in the context of when the album was created, what a bold title. Like, what unpacking the purpose of creating that title. You're clearly wanting to grab people right from the title, really say a message. And then I really got into the song and kept listening to it, and the song itself I found to be, depending on where you are in your life, like still quite relevant, but also really upsetting. Like, I found this song really hard to listen to when you're in a public place. Because if you've experienced any kind of this, anything in these lyrics, whether it be hatred on either end, whether you've been the one sharing that out into the world or putting that in the world, or you've been on the receiving end of that, I was like, how can this not utterly rock people? And there's so many events right now going on in North America, I can't even just say the United States, that are so relevant to this song when it comes to queer rights, clearly saying homophobic slurs, even legislation that makes me even really nervous. When I was thinking of this song, I have a trip booked in June with a group of friends for her wedding, and I really now don't even want to go because the state in which we're going to now has passed legislation that is so homophobic, so against trans lives, against women's rights. And then this song to hit on that note so hard, and again for it to be 2023 and this being an uproar again, I was like, how can this still be relevant? Like, it got me angry that it still is, to me, such an issue.
First of all, look at you trying to protect which state it is. We all know it's Florida, and Florida can just frig right off.
Yeah, I'm terrified to go to Florida, honestly. I really am nervous for the fact that being a woman who identifies as someone that's bisexual, or even just queer in general, of going to Florida and going out with like 13 women, and the women that I'm with, they're very physically affectionate people, and there's someone that have a few drinks, they'll grab your hand and walk down the road. And all of us in the group chat had to have a conversation a couple weeks ago because there's a few of us that really don't feel safe going to Florida and don't want to leave the Airbnb. We don't want to go out for dinner. We want to stay by the ocean. We don't want to obviously cancel this trip because they're a friend. But there's even a few women too that were like, I don't want to spend money or give money to this state that is openly denying the rights of trans folks, of kids, of women's rights, that's denying literature to people, that's denying like what would happen to these lyrics when they're posted publicly in Florida. The up in arms people that this would not even be accessible right now to anyone in Florida if you're in the school system. Imagine a mom that's banning, what are they banning right now? Jodi Picoult, I think, is getting taken off the shelves. Never mind talking about homophobes can't get laid.
It's especially interesting just because, I mean, this is kind of maybe even more of a like polarizing topic now than it was back then, because people feel free that people just feel like they can be just absolute a-holes openly now.
Yeah. Do you think, I guess too, even doing this podcast and the conversations that you've had, have you felt that people are openly willing to talk about this and don't care about the repercussions? And then with social media, with sharing things, that they're like, this is my world just as much as it is anyone else's. They don't feel like they have to be courteous.
Everyone that comes on this podcast is pretty open and willing to talk about stuff. And I mean, there's been enough bashing of Florida in many episodes around, so it's
perfect.
But yeah, it's especially kind of you see all the stuff that's happening and you see this song written 30 years ago.
Yeah.
And I feel as though, at least personally, I'm like, this is even more pertinent now than say when I was like 13 years old.
Totally.
Because everything is just more in the open now. Like back in the early 90s, everything was all hush hush.
At least you had that in your corner. Like how terrible it feels terrible on your nerve system. And yet you knew if you were in a public place, the worst you were going to get, maybe not worst, I shouldn't say that. You could kind of bargain for you were going to get a few weird looks if someone didn't agree with something that you were doing. But they weren't going to go completely off on you, like have a full Karen moment. And now I don't trust anyone, not even to like whip out their phone and take pictures or start recording you or start recording what they're saying to you and use it as TikTok content. Like people are absolutely ruthless.
It's really sad. Is there any specific lines from the song that jump out at you?
I like the nothing I have said has changed your little mind. Just because there was a few interviews that I was watching, I don't know, I guess they would have been about 2 weeks ago, that I found that line to like come back through and through and through, that Justin Trudeau was trying to defend something. And no matter what your thoughts are on, not you, but anyone in general on Justin Trudeau, he's trying to defend trans rights and the right for safe and equitable health care. And he's trying to defend it to someone, and someone caught it on this interview on their cell phone. And he was just talking to someone as a crowd as he was walking through the sidewalk. And everything that he was saying to try to make his point about just countering, he was just asking open-ended questions to try to disprove how hateful this person was. And it's so clear to me when you're watching footage like that when someone has a really small-minded or narrow scope, or in this case, such a little mind that they're working with, that no matter what you do, even when you have that quote unquote power, that political stance of being in the position that you are, you can't change someone's mind. You're not going to open them up or deconstruct any hate that they already have in their heart and built in their head. It's just not going to happen.
It's really hard to change someone's mind when they don't want it to be changed.
Yeah.
It's because they're not even listening to you.
Not at all. They don't care about your question.
No, it's very sad. But, you know, it is like, you know, we have this song written 30 years ago, still super relevant today. So that's why I think, you know, the songs that we've discussed can still spark change in people, even hearing them 30 years later. But that brings us to, how do you think this album has aged in 30 years, both lyrically, topically, and all of that?
How do I think it's aged? And it's hard to say, because I wish that I would say that this was an album that would naturally just like show up on my Spotify playlist, or the songs that would roll in my algorithm, but now everything is algorithms, and so it really doesn't. But I wish that this album was more out in front often, because exactly like you've said, I found that when I was listening to the album in its entirety, there wasn't really a song that you could point down that you were like, that whole thing is irrelevant. If anything, there's many, many, many parts in each song that you're like, why? This message is absolutely crystal clear in 2023. Why aren't more people screaming this from the rooftops? Why aren't more people sharing this? So I think it's an extreme message in a lot of places. But it's a message that needs to be heard, and I'm impressed with how this album has grown since the 80s to still be, in my opinion, in most places, really relevant today.
I just want to preface this by saying 30 years ago was 1993. But that's fine.
Kind of painful. I was trying to do that math, and I was like, hey, I should really say 40, and I'm like, but I don't want to admit that in my head.
It's okay. 80s. The album's, at this point, all everyone needs to know is the album is older than you are.
It's true. Yeah.
So, keeping with that, your overall kind of, in summary, what would you rate this album on a scale of 1 to 5, 5 being this is the most perfect thing I've ever heard, and 1 being like, this is garbage?
Because of my personal preference, this like album really slapped me across the face in like a really aggressive way listening to it. So I would say I probably rated it 3. I would rate it higher when I was just going through the lyrics and reading them, because the lyrics are they hit you where it hurts and hard, but they are so provocative. They make you think and question everything in your day-to-day. But I think for my day-to-day listening, it would be a solid 3.
Okay, that's totally fair. And then just before we wrap up, we have 2 minutes left before my unprofessional Zoom account ends the call. But So based off of that, would you listen to another Propagandees album?
Oh, I think with the context, which I would love, is now that it's coming up on summer, I would love to listen to this album if I was like up north camping. Like, I want time to think. Because it made me feel so many things, and to be downtown Toronto and listening to it on the TTC or on my nightly walks was really tough, because it's so easy to get pulled out of that thought when you've got a million things going on in the city. So I would definitely listen to another album, and I would save it until I was on a camping trip so that I could listen to it over a Bluetooth speaker and not get interrupted at all. Just have time to unpack it.
Perfect. So what we'll do is, when you go up camping, you let me know. I will get you the next album in the Propagandees discography, Less Talk, More Rock.
Okay.
And you can listen to that, and then we will regroup.
Okay. That sounds like a plan.
I want to thank you so much for joining me. This was a very wonderful conversation.
Thank you so much for having me and inviting me. You really, you're hitting on some wonderful points here. I'm so glad you're doing this podcast.
I'm glad someone is.
Exactly.
If at least one person likes what we do, that's all that really matters, right?
Absolutely.
Anyways, so yes, thank you very much. And we will now shoot back to Greg and Steve for the rest of the episode. Take it away, guys.
There's your damn blow in the face, but you can't erase. Oblivious to the obvious, I'm making perfect sense, but I'm not getting through. Progress over Jerry, their anthem convinced.
All right, we are back. Thank you so much to Becca for that fantastic conversation. And thank you to Steve for booking such wonderful and fantastic guests with such a unique experience of not being Propagandy fans or ever having really heard the band before. 3 fantastic chats. You did a great job, my friend.
Thanks. I had a great time doing it. And, you know, if it's something that if the option is there, certainly I would like to follow up with them, because they all indicated that they would like to move on and listen to Less Talk More Rock next. So I would love to do a follow-up with them on their thoughts on Less Talk More Rock now that they've been exposed.
Well, and in 3 years, it will be the 30th anniversary of that record.
Why not?
Why not? So we got some, we're going to move on to This Might Be Satire. This Might Be Satire was originally released as episode 42 on March 20th, 2021. Guest on that episode was Ryan Nash. Ryan plays bass with Beeve in the band Agassi, and their drummer Derek Hogue was the label manager at G7 for a long time, and Chris Kahana's co-host on Escape Velocity Radio, that great podcast that they used to do. So Ryan and I were able to meet a few months later in October of 2021 in Winnipeg, whenever I went there for the Propagandy 2021 shows at Park Theater. So that was a great chat with Ryan on that original episode. Ryan returned in my Catastrophic Break with Consensus Reality series, where we talked about his work with Chris and Agassi to cover Voivod's Panorama together. So that was great. Steve, what are your thoughts on This Might Be Satire?
Again, this isn't one where I'm tossing it on very, you know, it's in my one song listen of this album, it's on the lower half of the depth chart.
I would eliminate this song from the record 100% for Pigs Will Pay or Homophobes Are Just Pissed any day. Any day. I think this song was did not deserve to be on the record. I think that either one of the songs that were on the Couple of Things 7-inch should have been on it instead over this one, hands down. I went on at length in the original episode about why I don't like this song very much. I largely stand by my commentary. I think I rated this song a 1 or a 1.5 in that episode. So definitely not a song that I particularly enjoy at all, but you know, it's on the record.
So quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like this song or Californication better?
This song.
Okay.
It literally, you could put, I mean, you could put a conversation where Chris Hanna and Jord were like, you know, talking about, you know, having a band meeting over the phone that lasts like 4 hours. And I would like that more than Californication. But this one does not get a whole lot of love from me. But it's a catchy tune. The melodies are good. The performance is good. It's just that this one just doesn't hit me. But you know, it is what it is. And like, I would definitely eliminate it from the record if I was resequencing it today. But that's not my choice, and it's on the record.
Is it a bad song? No.
No.
It's just not my preference.
Yeah. And if anybody wants to hear me rip on this song at length for like 2 hours, you can go listen to that original episode. But we got some covers. An interesting selection here. We've got the first cover is live, ripped from YouTube, and it is a Propagandy cover band from California called the Propadandees. And the Propadandees, you can find their videos all over YouTube. Definitely recommend going and following them on Instagram as well. You can find their vocalist on Instagram. The next one is a cover by a band called Sid's Seeds from Barcelona. And this was also live and ripped from YouTube. And the last one is by a guy who goes by the name Bootleg Bart on YouTube. So we've got an eclectic variety of covers here for This Might Be Satire. And thank you so much to the Propadandees, Sid Seed, and Bootleg Bart for their covers of This Might Be Satire. Enjoy.
wanna chew my bubble gum with you, and I wanna walk you home from school, and I wanna carry your books to every class, and I wanna fuck you in the ass.
Not.
Girl, yeah, you know it's true, how much I love you. I wanna sing it across the line. Oh, won't you hold my hand? 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 Hold mine. She tells me that she loves me. Now I'm gonna tell her that I love her. She tells me that she loves me. Now I'm gonna try and fuck her. But where the hell are my priorities? In the hands of the authorities. Yeah, baby.
All right. Thank you so much to Bootleg Bart, Sid's Seed, and the Propadandees for their contributions to This Might Be Satire. Steve, we are moving on to Who Will Help Me Bake This Bread? You and I did an episode of this song together as episode 89, and we put it out on February 16th, 2023. tell me any thoughts that you may have on who will help me bake this bread to celebrate the 30th anniversary of How to Clean Everything.
Was this my first episode?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah.
Man, time flies.
I know.
I honestly
We're careening towards the grave here.
I don't even remember how many I've done at this point. But this was my first one, and so it's a special one to me because it was the first time that I got to talk and everyone got to be really annoyed at hearing my voice. So, but yeah, like I like the song. I think it's a good song. You know, I love the "you boycott your brain, you answer with fists." We talked about that at length when we talked about the song, but you know, good song.
Great song. And my favorite thing from the propagandy.com/music/how to clean everything lyrics sheet is at the very end, the lyric, "Death will be the day I concede to you." So Chris, who made the website, added a note that says, "As you can see, I really mean business. Poot." And I just love Chris's little adjustments to the lyrics that you can look at on their website. So I love how Chris makes fun of himself a little bit in the published lyrics on the website. So that's my favorite part, is where Chris from the future says about Chris in the past, "As you can see, I really mean business." So that's my favorite part of the lyrics here. So we're going to hear 3 covers. We've got 3 covers for Who Will Help Me Bake This Bread. The first is by Jason Hatcher, who has submitted ukulele covers to us in the past, notably Note to Self. So Jason has done some awesome work for the podcast, and this absolutely is awesome work by Jason for Who Will Help Me Bake This Bread. The second was sent in from our Comply Resist guest, Aukai Ligairi, in collaboration with his friend M. Daniels. And it is super, and you are going to love that one as well. And then the last is fantastic friend of the podcast, Matt Milkowski, whose cover of Who Will Help Me Bake This Bread appears in the episode that I did with you as well. But it is so good and so unique and interesting that I could not help but add it to this episode as well. So to celebrate how fantastic Who Will Help Me Bake This Bread is, we've got these 3 covers. So here we go. Enjoy.
question theirs. It seems to me like no one really cares. Peripherally blind, intellectually numb. Ignorance by choice or just plain fucking dumb, yeah. You boycott your brain, you answer with fists. My question still persists. You can rearrange my face, but you can't rearrange my mind. You can beat the shell about me, but you can't touch what's inside. What's inside? So now, who will help me bake this bread? Who will be the first to speak and leave complacency for dead? I've done all I can on my own, but stagnant minds persist. Squeeze blood from this stone, but I won't bleed for you. I've no need for you. Bleed for you. That'll be the day I concede to you. Oh, fuck.
Ash, can you hear me? Ash!
I speak my mind. I question theirs. It seems to me like no one really cares. Peripherally blind, intellectually numb. Ignorance by choice, or just plain fucking dumb.
You boycott your brain. You answer with fists. But my questions still persist. You can rearrange my face, but you can't rearrange my mind. You can beat the shell about me, but you can't touch what's inside.
So now, who will help me bake this bread? Who will be the first to speak and leave complacency for dead? I've done all that I can on my own. But stagnant minds persist to squeeze blood from this stone.
But I won't bleed for you.
I have no need for you.
Bleed for you.
Death will be the day I concede to you.
And we're back. I would like to give a special shout out to friend of the pod, Matt Milkowski, because Matt was so unbelievably kind. He donated to my fundraiser that I was raising money for the Hockey Helps the Homeless event.
Mm-hmm.
And I would just really like to, thank Matt for his contribution to that wonderful cause.
Matt's fabulous. I'm so glad that I've gotten to meet Matt in person a couple times. He visited me at my house in Buffalo when he was passing through town, and we got to see Propagandy together in Guelph, Ontario in May of 2022. So Matt is the best. And I'm so glad that he keeps contributing music to the show because he's got such an interesting take on his covers. The cover that he did for Mutual Friend, absolutely fantastic. Obviously, his Who'll Help Me Bake This Bread cover is so good. And he also wrote the lyrics to the final contest song version sung by Willem from Intellectual. So Matt and Willem appeared on that contest song episode together with a version that Matt wrote and Willem sang. So Matt is just such a fantastic friend of the podcast. I'm so grateful for everything he's done for me over the last couple of years. So let's move forward. We're going to diverge from the original track listing. And instead of going into I Want You to Want Me, we're going to go first to Pigs Will Pay. We are following the 2013 track listing for the reissue. Pigs Will Pay was originally not on the LP and was side A of the How to Clean a Couple of Things 7-inch, but it was added to the LP in the 2013 reissue. We made the Pigs Will Pay episode on number 48 on April 28th, 2021. The How to Clean a Couple of Things 7-inch came out on August 26th, 1993, as I said in the introduction. So we're not quite at 30 years for that specific release, but we are celebrating it anyway. And for anybody out there who hasn't listened to the Pigs Will Pay episode, that is one of my all-time favorite episodes. If you missed that one and you like this podcast, I am going to shamelessly beg you to go listen to it. It's one of our least listened to episodes that we've ever made, and it's one of my easily top 10 favorite episodes that I've ever put out on the podcast. So if you've never heard the Pigs Will Pay episode, I'm literally begging, please check it out. It's one of my faves. So Steve, what are your thoughts on Pigs Will Pay?
I actually really like this song as well.
Love it. I wish the song was on the original record the entire time.
It definitely has its place and deserves to be on that original release, especially considering, this might be Satire exists.
I know.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And in retrospect, we're talking about this 30 years later. I feel like this song, maybe that's why it was added to the re-release, but I feel like this song stands up more today than I think a lot of the other content. Like, I feel like it still really holds today.
Yeah. And there is a video on YouTube that you can find from June of 1993 in Europe, I believe in Germany, where Propagandy, there's a full set from June of 1993. I believe it's June 5th, 93, less than a week after this record came out. Propagandy is on tour with No Effects in Europe. And the video that I'm thinking of, Propagandy plays Pigs Will Pay second at that show.
Thank you. Ken, I need a lot more of my own vocals in my monitor, please. Thanks. This is a song about killing the police. I thank you for my unhealthy attitude towards the sanctity of human life.
So if you go find that full set video, it's about 30 minutes long. You can see Propagandy playing this particular song live less than a week after the record itself came out, which I love that they were playing it, and I love that you can find videos of them doing it, because I don't know if they've played this song in 25 years. I mean, there's not a whole lot of evidence out there of this song. So I love this song so much.
That tour of June 1993 in Europe with No Effects, I'm going to go ahead and say that I would imagine that Chris was particularly angry on that tour, simply because that the Montreal Canadiens won the Stanley Cup in June of 1993. And I know Chris is a big Toronto Maple Leafs fan.
Yeah.
So much so that his takes are horrifically bad. And I try and call him out on it as often as I possibly can, to the point where I think he hates me now.
I'm sure he responds in depth to all of your responses too, doesn't he?
Yeah, I've yet to get a single response.
Yeah. Good luck. He's very elusive.
But yeah, his Toronto Maple Leafs takes are complete garbage.
Oh man, shots fired. Well, you heard it here first, folks. Chris and Steve are now at war. But love Pigs Will Pay, man. One of my main regrets about this song is that I did not have a copy of the Couple of Things 7-inch, until 2014. You know what I mean? I don't even know if I even heard Pigs Will Pay until the reissue of this record came out. So that's what's such a bummer to me about this, is that for years and years, before these songs were digitally released and you could only get them on the 7-inch that was so long ago sold out and impossible to find, that, I just didn't even really have any connection with this song, and homophobes are just pissed because they can't get laid. But man, I love this song, and I worked my butt off on that original episode. But whenever we were getting covers for this song, or for this record, I kept getting cover after cover after cover, no Pigs Will Pay. And so I went on like Instagram and I begged for a Pigs Will Pay cover. And friend of the podcast, Craig Hancock, came through big time on this one for me. He was like, all right, I'm doing it. And he made the music for it. And he was like teaching himself how to like program drums, and he had no idea what was going on. And it was like this big, awesome thing where he was like figuring this out as he went along. But he's like, I'm not singing it. He's like, find somebody to sing it for me, please. And we were short on time. So guess what? I sang it. So this cover features me on vocals for Pigs Will Pay, and all instrumentation besides the vocals is by Craig Hancock. So thank you, Craig. You're my hero. You really came through for me for the Pigs Will Pay cover. So here we go. Let's hear me and Craig Hancock singing and performing Pigs Will Pay. All right. Who's ready to party?
The wooden D1 slogan in reaction undefined. The battle hymn, the mantra of a once unfocused mind. But as logic tempered, anger still inspired, but now informed. The pigs we turned to caricature became far worse than we would. And you pigs will pay in a big way. Yeah, you pigs will pay. Morality enforcement based on the interest of a state, coerced into concordance and threatened into place. It's not just isolated incidents of cop jocks kicking ass. It's a fucking war machine protecting the wealth of the employing class. And you pigs will pay in a big way. Yeah, you pigs will pay in a big way. They'll pay for the guns they've used, the minorities they've abused. They'll pay for the blood they've spilled and the innocent people they've killed.
All right. Thank you so much to Craig Hancock for making that wonderful cover of Pigs Will Pay. Appreciate it big time. Steve, let's talk about the next song. Homophobes are just pissed because they can't get laid.
Shout out to Greg for having the voice of an angel on that song.
Ooh, thank you very much. It was very fun. I was standing in my living room that you're currently looking at me in on the video, standing at this exact desk, holding this exact microphone in my hand, just giving her. So I did my best. Not the greatest singer of all time, certainly not the worst. And fun was fun had. So much fun was had. So I am so happy that Craig came through with that instrumental version. Made my day.
That's awesome.
And it was just super cool to be able to do something musical for the podcast. I know that my singing voice is very beloved among all the listeners out there for all of my a cappella renditions over the last 3 years. So that one's for all of you who think that who love my singing, because I'm sure there are zero, but it is what it is. So what do you think about what do you think about homophobes are just pissed because they can't get laid?
I think it's another good song.
An amazing song. A travesty that it's not on the original record. Dude, take off I Want You to Want Me, and This Might Be Satire, and put on Pigs Will Pay, and homophobes are just pissed because you can't get laid. Dude, stellar. Like, I would give what I wouldn't give for that to have been the original track listing. But,
if you could Back to the Future this situation.
Yeah.
And go and have that conversation with, say, 1992 Chris Hanna.
I think that Fat Mike had more to do with it than Chris Hanna.
Say, you're in a room you're Back to the Futuring yourself. You and Christopher Lloyd just hopped in the DeLorean. You're back in 1992. You're sitting in a room with Fat Mike and Chris Hanna, and you're going to, what's your pitch that these two songs should be on the album and the other two off the album? Go.
They're better songs. They're more substantive. They have ideas that young people at that time actually would have benefited from hearing from arguably the most well-spoken punk rock band of an entire generation on arguably the second most influential punk rock label that existed in the country at that time. There's just so many ideas that are left off the record by putting Satire and I Want You to Want Me on in place of Pigs Will Pay, and homophobes are just pissed because they can't get laid. The decision was entirely economical. Money over everything. You know what I mean? I'm sure that the I Want You to Want Me being on there was some kind of draw to pull in people for an earworm or whatever. I don't know.
It's similar to how those first Lagwagon records had the covers on them.
Maybe, yeah. Like if you're a brand new record label competing with Epitaph and BYO of the time period, and you're trying to get attention on your label, you're trying to sell records, you're trying to get a business going, you're trying to make some money to keep money coming in the door. I'm sure there's a lot of decisions that go into sequencing those early records in relation to how can we possibly make a tiny bit more money off of this release just so we can stay in business another couple of years. So to me, that's what it was probably all about, because I don't think that there's any person out there that would argue that Homophobes and Pigs Will Pay should have not been on the record, as opposed to I Want You to Want Me and This Might Be Satire.
The commercial reasons, really, it reminds me of the Big Choice record and the stuff that happens at the end of the record with the talking about the label wanting to put Disconnected on the album, again, for two albums in a row. And it's hilarious and whatever. Like, they Face to Face have spoken extensively how much they do not like the Big Choice record. But I'm wondering, from in your experience, maybe I've missed it, but has Chris talked about these two songs and their place versus the other two before?
Yeah, he has actually spoken on his Patreon about how he thinks that Homophobes and Pigs Will Pay. I can't remember exactly what episode he said it or exactly how he phrased it, so please do not think that I am quoting him verbatim or even paraphrasing exactly what he said. But somewhere I have heard him talk about how Homophobes and Pigs Will Pay should have been on the record, as opposed to the jokey, gimmicky stuff that went on. I mean, to me, even Ska Sucks is pretty questionable, as if it should have been on there in my view, but it's one of their most popular songs of all time. Countless people have discovered Propagandy because of Ska Sucks. And if we're leaving Ska Sucks on the record and an extra 50,000 people find Propagandy because they hear Ska Sucks on the PA at a punk show in the 90s, I'm fine with that. Who discovered Propagandy because of This Might Be Satire? Probably no one. So I don't know. I just think that the ideas in Pigs Will Pay and Homophobes Are Just Pissed are so much more powerful than a few of the songs that went on the record, that I just see it as kind of a missed opportunity with 30 years of hindsight behind me. But as we both know, Propagandy went on to be an overwhelmingly influential band with relation to ideas anyway. So I'm probably conflating this and overblowing it to an extreme degree.
Well, so here's the flip side to that. So those songs are not on this record, but they're on the 7-inch, right?
Mm-hmm.
If these songs are on the record, and This Might Be Satire, and I Want You to Want Me,
if make that the 7-inch.
But if they're on the 7-inch, are you buying that 7-inch?
Yeah, because I have everything.
Yeah, but as someone who's not obsessed with collecting absolutely everything, but if those are the two songs on that 7-inch, are you saying, man, is this a particularly strong 7-inch?
I would say that it would be a particularly weak 7-inch. But if you think about the other 7-inch that Propagandy did, the Letter of Resignation split with FYP, which is essentially a bedroom recording of John K. Samson doing an early demo version of Letter of Resignation. It's the same kind of thing. It's like so many people who love that song bought that 7-inch because it said Propagandy on it, and then it was essentially John K. Samson in an attic bedroom. So I would say that it wouldn't have mattered essentially if those two songs, if This Might Be Satire and Want You to Want Me were the 7-inch. I think that they would have sold every single copy anyway, and I think that those songs were nice and catchy. And I think that it would have been fine. I just think that it's a massive missed opportunity to not put Homophobes and Pigs Will Pay on, because those songs are so good.
I wonder what it's like for Chris to just, not that he's listening to us talk about this right now, because he's definitely has much better things to do.
He's not listening to this at all.
But imagine having people feel so strongly about something like this 30 years later, about the sequencing of the album and leaving two songs off. He's just like, guys, you need to just get a life.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Someday when we have all the songs covered on this podcast and this project doesn't exist anymore, I will be like, whoa, what do I do with my life? Holy cow, I guess I'll actually, pursue a wide range of other hobbies and start listening to other music again. Like, there's so many things that I don't do because I make this show, which is only hilarious to me, how much of my life I have like invested in this thing. But I love doing it. So I'm not complaining whatsoever. But yeah, definitely. So sorry, Chris, we will definitely be getting a life as soon as possible, but we have to talk about Homophobes Are Just Pissed. You said you love it. Any other thoughts on this one?
This is one that I covered in the interview with Becca as well.
Sweet.
So we kind of already have had a little bit of deep dive into this song on this episode. But yeah, again, it's a great song. I think it should be on the record. I think it's one of the stronger propaganda songs from this era.
Yeah. I love the lyric that says equality's your trip when all your friends agree, but freedom's just not hip when it's of sexuality, so you hate. I love that line because to me, it's about a person who says all the right things when they're in the company of, people who are sort of siloed and echo chambered as far as like their views go. And it's also about somebody who skillfully hides their real view on one particular issue just so that they can stay in their friendship circle. But then in reality, under the surface, they have this like lingering resentment about like one thing. And to me, that's what this particular line is about. It's about the person who, it largely thinks about the world in, with like kumbaya sort of attitude or whatever. But then has this like one particular piece of bigotry in their life. So that's kind of what this line is about. But I really enjoy that line where somebody like kind of hides their true view on something. And that's what I think.
You know how exhausting that must be.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's a drag. But we've got a wonderful cover for this one. Very, very strange and interesting cover made by Adam Huff, who contributed other covers to the podcast for the PC Fascist and Leghold Trap episodes. Adam also appears as a guest on our first Apparently I'm a PC Fascist episode. We had a really great conversation on that episode. And Adam, I've been sitting on this Homophobes Are Just Pissed cover for, I don't know, a year and a half, probably at this point. So I'm delighted to finally be able to release it for the 30th anniversary episode of How to Clean Everything. So here is Adam Huff performing Homophobes Are Just Pissed Because They Can't Get Laid.
But freedom's just not hip when it's of sexuality, so you hate.
All right. Thank you so much to Adam Huff for covering Homophobes Are Just Pissed Because They Can't Get Laid. What a great cover. We are moving right along And we are now moving into Leg Hold Trap. As everybody knows, we covered Leg Hold Trap as episode 53, one of my all-time favorite episodes that we've ever done on the podcast because of the fantastic conversation that I had with Dr. Conrad Sichler. Conrad was the vocalist for the band Toothpick Hercules, the band that originally wrote Leg Hold Trap. Leg Hold Trap is not a Propagandy original. It's by Toothpick Hercules. So we did that episode on June 16th, 2021. Conrad and I have stayed in touch. We've hung out several times now. I actually saw Propagandy with Conrad Sichler in Ontario last spring. So it's super cool to, hang with Conrad. I think I put a couple pictures of us on Instagram if anybody wants to go see us. But that is a great episode about a song that people tend to be very on the fence about. I think that the Toothpick Hercules version is much better than Propagandy's version. Like, much better. Oh, so much better. Steve, what are your thoughts on the tune Leg Hold Trap?
I think, like you, I think the original version is the best version. However, I don't necessarily think the Propagandy version is a bad version.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's fun. But I don't, it's not a song that I listen to very often.
Do you think it should be on the record instead of Ska Sucks?
Here's my hot take. No.
Okay. Do you think it should be on the record instead of anything? Or do you think that the right call was made in shelving this one?
Well, I think how we just talked about, if we include Pigs Will Pay and Homophobes instead of I Want You to Want Me and This Might Be Satire, I think that's the perfect record.
Awesome. Me too.
I don't think this needs to be on there. That being said, if I'm putting Homophobes and Pigs Will Pay on this record, maybe I'm putting Leg Hold Trap and This Might Be Satire on that 7-inch.
And then using I Want You to Want Me for like a compilation somewhere else.
Exactly.
Dude, now we're talking. This is the stuff right here. Satire and Leg Hold Trap as the Couple of Things 7-inch. Whoo, love that idea.
So, yeah, I mean, I overthink this stuff way too much, but
That's why we're here. That's why we are spending precious moments of our lives that we will never live again talking about this album.
I mean, what else am I going to do on a Tuesday between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m.?
Yeah, it's crazy, man. All right, so shocking development. We got a cover for this song that blew me away. I was originally just going to put Adam Huff's grindcore cover of Leg Hold Trap in this episode as well, because I was certain that no one out there was going to do a new cover of Leg Hold Trap. So if you want to hear the original cover of Leg Hold Trap that Adam did, go listen to the Leg Hold Trap episode. But this cover was made by Paul Stodgert. Paul is a listener of the podcast. He's a friend of mine on Instagram now. He is a recording engineer. He works in studios, and he made this amazing cover of Leg Hold Trap for the podcast. And I think that when we were talking about it, he said something along the lines of, you know, that acoustic or that solo version of Gifts with John K. Samson just playing Gifts by himself. And I was like, yeah, that's easily my favorite version of Gifts. No question about it. I think that Gifts should be just a standalone John and guitar song as opposed to the version on Less Talk More Rock. And Paul was like, I'm going to make a Leg Hold Trap version like that. And I'm like, go forth and kick butt, my friend. And kick butt, Paul Stodgert did. So you're going to love this cover of Leg Hold Trap by Paul Stodgert. Thank you so much to Paul for rocking this. Enjoy.
All answers seem to come so easily. To you the word rhetorical is wrong. These questions blur the things we need to see and hide simplicity beneath the song, with catches of some phrase that you have heard and dated stories dug up from your past. You've caught truth in a Lego trap of words. I swear to you this will not be the last time I will turn around. Tell me why, we'll have to wait and see. Turn around, you sigh goodbye. We always disagree. You just cannot stand to see me free. All answers seem to come so easily. To you the word rhetorical is wrong. These questions blur the things we need to see and hide simplicity beneath the song. I try to make her see there is no way. Attempts at comprehension always miss. She lays her body down and tries to say, I guess there is no answer to a kiss. So then you turn around, tell me why, we'll have to wait and see. Turn around and you sigh goodbye. We always disagree. You just cannot stand to see me free.
All right, Steve, we have reached I Want You to Want Me. I Want You to Vaunt Me was covered as episode 73 on April 10th, 2022, and was the last How to Clean Everything episode that I did with my first co-host, Mr. Keith Goff. So hello to Keith out there. What are your thoughts on this Cheap Trick cover from How to Clean Everything?
First of all, if I was picking a Cheap Trick song to cover, it would not be this song. It would 100% be Dream Police.
Ooh, interesting. Well, they used to cover Surrender as well. I know that Fat Mike said that he heard Propagandy playing Surrender live. And I'm like, why did I Want You to Want Me become the cover that the band made instead of Surrender? Because even that would have been far superior.
Yeah, I mean, Cheap Trick, they're not a band. Like, I don't listen to Cheap Trick a ton, but man, do I love Dream Police.
Dude, well, and Cheap Trick to me, they're an important band because they're from the Chicago area. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. Chicago and St. Louis, I mean, you go back and forth up down I-55 between those two cities in 4 hours, and it's a solid weekend of fun when you live in St. Louis and you go to Chicago for the weekend. It's a good time. So anything Chicago related, I am, hold near and dear to my heart, except for Chicago's NHL team. Those guys can take a walk.
Just go get cookie dough milkshakes at Chicago Diner.
Man, Chicago's a great time. But do you like this version?
I mean, I think it's pretty clear when we both decided we wanted to boot this song from the album, how much we like this song.
What about the Megan, she don't eat bacon part?
I mean, it was funny like the first 50 times I heard it.
Yeah. Yeah. And then whenever I was listening to this, I was like, okay, I have to find things that I like about it. The performance is really great. The band, obviously, is Propagandy, and I love them, and their sound is incredible. But man, when you think about this band and the closers on their records, what an absolute miss for
Ball
the
drop.
first. Yeah, dude. I mean, close the record on Who Will Help Me Bake This Bread, for God's sakes. Who Will Help Me Bake This Bread? Really cool overall mission statement of who's in this with me. This is the end of the record. Who's with me? Let's go. That to me is what Who Will Help Me Bake This Bread says. This song is just a big old stinker right on the end of the record. It really bums me out whenever you think about Refusing to Be a Man, Purina Hall of Fame, Last Will and Testament, Iteration, Adventures in Zucosis, like all these incredible, fantastic closers. And then you got this, and it just really is a huge bummer to me. But we made a really great episode on it. Jamie from the band The Impossibles was on the episode. So we had some fun with the episode making it. But yeah, anyway.
I think the whole, I mean, I don't want to, put words in anyone's mouth, but I think the whole purpose of this is just for pure fun purposes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if we try and look beyond fun, we're going to find too many things to like criticize or, be frustrated about or anything like that. So you just have to kind of step back and be like, you know what? This is fun, and I'm going to accept the fun as it was intended and walk away.
Well, speaking of fun, no one covered this song. So guess what? I did it. So here is 20 seconds of me playing I Want You to Want Me.
I want you to want me. I need me. I love me. I'm begging you to make me. I want you to want me.
I love that the conclusion of my cover, I only made it through 20 seconds of it before I started violently coughing. And I was like, okay, I feel good about that. Obviously it's terrible. And that is my first try. I was looking at the chords like on my computer browser window here, and I was just like, and then I just started violently coughing. So that's the take. That's the cover. Me coughing my head off at the end there.
I think it works though. And again, all of the Greg super fans out there are going to be like, man, I got to hear Greg sing twice in this episode.
Two times.
Two Greg singing up. Well, if you count the happy birthday at the beginning, 3
times. Man, that first opening happy birthday, we didn't even address this. That was atrocious. That was wow. That was amazing. I'm so glad that we did that.
We didn't even plan out how we were going to sing it. We just decided to go for it, and that's what happened. So apologies to everyone who had to listen to that, especially because I am not a singer. I've played in bands my whole life, and I've never been allowed to have a mic on the stage because no one wants to hear me talk or sing.
Well, and I've got a sore throat today, so I sometimes can hold a note, but today I have a sore throat, and I'm, just making through the episode as well as I can. But that was, I bet that a good 50 people turned off the episode just because they started hearing us sing, and they were like, nope, not today, Satan. But anyway, so that we've got a great cover there. I Want You to Want Me. I obviously nailed it on that cover, so go me. But dude, we got 2 medleys of people who did medley compilation covers for How to Clean Everything. The first one is from Zach Jaffrey, and the second one is from Chris Friesen, aka Freaking Snap from Winnipeg. Did you hear either of these?
I haven't heard them yet. I'm excited to hear them right now. When we first started talking about what we wanted to do for this episode, what I wanted so badly for someone to cover the entire album in one medley.
Amazing.
And I thought, what a better way of doing it than to just have these. Give me a 15-minute medley of the entire album. That's what I want.
Yeah, that's asking a lot. There's so much work that goes into that. But but Zach did an amazing job. And Chris from Freaking Snap, Chris is such a pal of the podcast at this point, and he makes the weirdest stuff ever. So we get one sort of traditionally performed medley, and then one completely out of left field, bizarre, strange medley from Freaking Snap. So we got a little special trip here. So let's go ahead and hear these 2 medleys, and then we'll be back to bring this puppy in for a landing.
illusion dancing to this music that you fucking hate. Hold it to the light, read it like a book. I never have and never will. Pledge allegiance, waking up each morning with confusion in my eyes. But the trend will die out. I've got a lot of work to do. 3 billion people, that's 3 billion snotty fuck yous. Tie a yellow ribbon round the old oak tree, my friend. Gee Wally, that's swell. You simply fill the gap between the upper and lower class. Conditioned reaction, conditioned attraction, conditioned suggestion, conditioned rejection. But where the hell are my priorities? Left in the hands of the authorities? Yeah, baby. Seems to me like no one really cares. Peripherally blind, intellectually numb. It's a fucking war machine protecting the wealth, the employing class. Want you to want me.
Fuck. 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 Fuck.
All right. Well, Zach Jaffrey and Chris Friesen from Freaking Snap, thank you so much for those medleys.
Thank you so much for bringing these medleys to light, because that's all I wanted out of this episode was to hear sweet medleys of this album.
Yes. Well, I mean, what a celebration. I mean, we've gotten through, we still have one more cover to go before we sign off, but what a celebration of How to Clean Everything. 30th birthday. It is truly a thrill to host and to make this podcast. Arguably the greatest creative thrill of my entire life. If you've made it this far in the episode, you are completely insane.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
And sorry.
And sorry, exactly. So many apologies from us to you. I am so grateful / sorry that you've spent this time with us. I am so just overwhelmed as to the fact that I still like this band 3 years into making this podcast. It blows me away that I'm still doing this and still loving the band as much as ever. Makes me feel pretty lucky as a person who likes their art,
And kind of coming into this towards the tail end of the project, just the community surrounding this podcast is just such an awesome community of really, really cool people. And it's really not that I didn't I've loved Propadandees since I was 16 years old, but this has really kind of had me find a new level of appreciation and love for the band. Is just being a part of this. So I want to thank you for bringing that out of me.
Well, and thank you, Steve, for re-energizing my my commitment to the podcast. I knew I was going to get through all the songs one way or the other. But you've really helped me bring the show back to its full vision. Whenever I think about this show, I think about long form, deep dives, and you've really helped me reignite that passion within myself. And shout out to the band Propadandees. Thank you so much for everything you've done for the last 30 years, for being a band that surprises us all these years later and does things your own way, even when people may have advised you to do things differently. Huge respect to the band.
Absolutely. And I know I kind of slagged Chris with his Toronto Maple Leafs stuff earlier, but I very much respect Chris so much, and I'm a huge fan of his. I would love the opportunity to discuss his terrible Toronto Maple Leafs takes at a later date.
Maybe someday. Well, we are going. Yeah, go ahead.
I would also like to, as a newer member of this podcast, I would like to give a shout out to Keith, who was a huge part of this for such a long time, and and he did bring a lot to it, especially on a lot of the episodes of the How to Clean songs as well. So shout out to Keith.
Yeah, no one misses Keith more than me. People every once in a while will shoot me an email and see how Keith's doing. Keith is alive and well. He's kicking butt in his career as a middle school teacher and being a great dad and partner. And we still are in touch. So shout out to Keith, one of my all-time besties. So thank you so much to all the guests on this episode who submitted covers. We've got Chris Fox, we've got Brendan Kennedy, we've got Zero Cost, we've got Nick Jackson from The Rip, we've got Sorrower, we've got Clint Westwood, we've got Against All Authority, we've got Elliot Imes and Dal Failure, we've got Hoss Bossman, Michael Walmsley, DC Fallout, D Sailors, Steve Barr, Fatwagon, Propadandees, Sid's Seed, Bootleg Bart, Jason Hatcher, Aukai Ligairi, Matt Milkowski, Craig Hancock, Adam Huff, Paul Stodgert, Chris Friesen, Zach Jaffrey, and who are your guests? Let's give them a shout out too.
We had Taylor Demetrioff, we had Abe James, and we had Becca Emery. And, this 30th anniversary episode, if anyone wants to hire Greg and I to do a 30th birthday 6-hour episode about someone we can talk about whoever you want for 6 hours.
We'll make it happen.
We'll make
Absolutely.
it.
We're available. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, we got one more cover. So signing us off on this episode is the most important cover of all, The Chorus of Fucks by Josh from the Last Believer podcast, a podcast about good riddance, and his buddy Jess. Thank you to Josh and Jess. Thank you everybody out there for listening. Here's the last cover of the episode. Enjoy. This Megan section was done by my friend Lang Hook in St. Louis, Missouri. Thank you so much, Lang, for your contribution to the show.
Oh, Megan. She don't eat bacon. She never goes sweet little innocent piggy to get bacon. She's one of them vegans. She's a sweet living, sweet talking, lovable vegans. And that's all right.
Fuck. Okay, fuck. Fuck.
Also, by the way, I'm just going to put this out, throw this out there, is the Fat Record sound comes from Propadandees, How to Clean Everything. That's where it started. How to Clean Everything came out in 93, and then we did Punkadelic in 94. And where do you think like the linoleum comes from? It comes from fucking Propadandees. Even the whole sound. How to Clean Everything started the Fat Record sound.